And Loki, hello everyone. Yeah, yes. Welcome to everyone. To Clobberin Times, issue number 55. Actually, it's 55 for YouTube numbers, but in real numbers, it is 755. But that's neither here nor there. Thank you, everyone, for popping in tonight. I really do appreciate it. It is a Scratterday night, and that is all assumed to be really all about talking Trek. We're just getting started now, but tonight I just thought we would, since it is, of course, the season of love and Christmas and all that stuff. I would be joined by the greatest first officer in the universe and the greatest Trek fan I know, the wonderful Miss Raquel Briggs. And just this time we'll keep it simple. This time we will just talk about why we love Star Trek, and of course when you do that, you just kind of warp down memory lane a little bit by talking about a lot of the things that you love about it, some of your favorite bits, moments, characters, and things like that. A general discussion of Trek. Two people just bumping into each other, going, "Hey, you like Star Trek? I see that on your shirt." Yes. Why are you wearing those pointed ears in public? Are you insane? Oh, well, that's neither here nor there. But let's talk about Star Trek. And then 5 hours later, you met a friend, and you made a friend talking about Star Trek. That's the way it usually works, right? That's the way it works. And so that is what we will be doing here tonight. Let's see who's popping in so far. Hey, my old buddy, R.N. Feliciano. All right, my friend. Author of, well, you can see let's see, author of the book. It was on my show a couple of months back talking about his book. Put the title in the chat, man. In fact, you can put the link and everything, brother. Let's see here. Oh man, Eric K, the great Lynch Eric K is here, and Jobber. Just Joe 47. Hey, buddy, my old friend Jobber from the old days, man, from the old days of Blog Talk Radio. Yes, Dolphin Wars. Aaron is well aware how old and senile I am, and I forget stuff. But I what the hell? Okay, nope, sorry, I thought I was having a bit of a technical problem there. Raquel, actually earlier, many hours earlier, I noticed someone jumped on and said hello. It was our wonderful friend Katie Carr, so maybe she'll pop back in later and say hello to us.
Yeah, well, first I have to say what a marvelous introduction that is, and I feel unworthy of it, but you're always such a gracious host, and I think this is a great idea. And just so everyone knows at home, we're kind of kicking it off this way because we want to start asking you to meet us here every Saturday in the new year so that we can chronologically go through Star Trek together. We're going to go through every episode and we're going to talk about production. We're going to talk about the characters on the show, the stories, all the different aspects of it. So, yeah, Mike just came up with this fabulous idea that we should start off by just getting everyone to feel inspired again, where everybody just came together one night to just talk about what they love about Star Trek. So that's the theme of our show tonight. And I hope you feel inspired, and I hope we can offer something that makes you stoke the fires of all the good things that are Star Trek. 66 to 05. Cough intended. But yeah, and hail to the chat. It's so great to see everyone. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you indeed. Thank you indeed. I got that invite out there, by the way.
Oh, great.
So, yes. Let's see who else has popped in here. Oh man, my old buddy Art Percy. Hey man. What's up, buddy? Thanks for popping in, bro.
My mind works like a Swiss car.
Who said that? Where is it? What?
Art Percy at 7 minutes past the hour. My mind works like a Swiss car.
This man. Well, that's a very smart Swiss car then, because this man is a genius, especially at building things. He is he is a Scotty.
Very cool.
He's a medical worker. Sort of in preparation for this, because we're all coming off of for those of us who are, all of the rage, all the talk right now in the geekverse is quite understandably all about what went on the Mandalorian. For those who know about it, I won't spoil it for those who don't. And I was one that got caught up in it. I was fortunate enough. By the way, my great pal, I should always shout him out because he's a wonderful dude. The great Lord Doomcock was nice enough to have me on his show last night to talk again about the Mandalorian, the season finale. Yeah. And I really appreciate him for that. Had a lot of fun. But it makes sense that it's getting so much attention, so that's fine. So to get that kind of not out of my system a little bit, but just to kind of get me even more prepped for this. I mean, there's never a time when I'm not ready to talk Trek. I just love it so much. And since it is Christmas, it doesn't maybe not make a lot of sense, but Raquel, I went with what for me may have been the most Christmassy Trek thing I could watch before we started. And that was, of course, Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home.
Ah, lovely.
It feels very Christmasy to me for some reason. I don't know why.
Maybe the music. That word home.
There you go. Well, and the fact that it's lighthearted fun. It's one of those things that Star Trek did well at times, doing the fun kind of just goofy episode here and there, the goofy story and stuff like that. So that could be it.
Yeah, well, there are two phases to the films, right? When we look at TMP, we're looking at that hard science and that aspiration towards hard science and these difficult questions and these difficult concepts to unpack. And that when we reach out, what reaches back might not be a Martian, but something entirely beyond our folklore and our mythos, just something entirely different. And then, of course, we had the actors who were involved with this great project, and they decided to step forward and say, look, I have some ideas. I want some things I want to do some things with this IP, and of course they got their way, and they took us on some journeys, and they were a little bit different than Gene's, but they were also great.
Well, yes. Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to risk getting copyrighted because I don't care. Just to celebrate what, sort of in a similar vein to the way that thing that happened on that Mandalorian show made me feel. Mm-hmm. It did just it just tore my heart to pieces, but in the good way, not the bad way, the good way, like not the bad way, like Last Jedi filth.
Yeah.
The good way, or George R. Abrams drivel or whatever. And this, I'm going to show this scene at the end of Star Trek 4.
Yeah.
I don't know, what was going on in your life at the time in 1986 when this film came out. But obviously I went, I went to see Wrath of Khan, like 10 times or more in the theater. for some reason in the summer of '84, I went to see Star Trek 3 over 15 times or something. I just couldn't stop. We just went every damn weekend. I mean, and I love it. I know it doesn't get a lot of love, but I love that movie.
Yeah.
And I went quite a bit for Trek 4, but going into the first time, I wasn't, I did not read the novelization like I did before some movies before, like a knucklehead. I didn't, so I was going in pretty cold, not knowing what was happening, and I enjoyed the film. I'm enjoying it and all that stuff, but like a lot of folks who didn't know what was going to happen. I'm going, they don't have a ship. What's the deal here?
Yeah.
And that final scene in the space dock station. My God. So if you'll indulge me, if you don't mind looking at that for a second, because this thing tears my heart up in a good way. My God, let me just I hope everyone doesn't mind a little bit of memory lane. Won't leave it on too long there, but there won't be a copy strike anyway, because I say so.
No.
And I know these things. I don't know crap. I'm just saying it. Let's see here. All right, everyone. Just to get the Christmas mood going here, because I love it. Now, is anyone hearing this? Was the sound working?
It's very quiet.
Oh, it's quiet?
It's very quiet, yep.
That's cool. That's probably for the best, because we'll get copyrighted if it's not. So
bureaucratic mentality is the only constant in the universe. Well, you got a freighter.
With all respect, Doctor, I'm counting on Excelsior.
Excelsior? What in God's name would you want that bucket of bulls?
A ship is a ship.
Whatever you say, sir.
yeah, I didn't want. Couldn't get the sound.
Look at that.
My God. My friends, we've come home.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I just wanted to show a little bit. I know I couldn't get the sound up there, but you can't really get copy struck and all that stuff.
Yes, it's true.
But if you are familiar with that scene at all, and that's the sound. It was, of course, wonderful music. Linda Rosenman actually had a great score for that film, and of course, the thing that got me the most. I mean, I love when they're talking. The bureaucratic mentality, says Bones, is the one constant in the universe. We'll get a freighter, and then Sulu says, "All due respect, Doctor, I'm counting on Excelsior." And then Scotty, Excelsior? Why in God's name would you want that bucket of bolts? Kirk interjects, "A ship is a ship." "Aye, sir, thy will be done." And then when they just fly over the Excelsior, because not only was I expecting Excelsior, the DC Comics in the years leading up to that, they were in the Excelsior for a while. Yeah. In that weird alternate universe. But they go over it, and there you go. Yes, the Yorktown has been renamed Enterprise A and all that stuff. And it's just that music. Holy crap. I mean, it gets right to you. And you're hearing it, and it goes from the film score into a beautiful version of the TV series, Alexander Courage theme. And wow. And then that line, Kirk says, "My friends, we've come home." It just tears me to pieces every time. I love it. Yeah. Very Christmassy to me. I don't know about you, but I love it.
Well, it's the Nimoy special, right? So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That was his second direct film in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's obvious that he didn't write the screenplay, but he did write the story. So.
Yes.
It's a cozy story. It's always cozy when it involves Nimoy, though.
Yes, and he did a fine job on that one. And again, Trek 3 was, I think, the first film he ever directed. So, I mean, it was new
Yeah.
at that sort of thing still. So,
Yeah.
and again, watching it again, just, I didn't want to, I guess because it's Christmas or whatever, and we're just talking about our love, I didn't go for any heavy Trek. I mean, I was doing that last week, just throwing random episodes of Deep Space Nine, different things like that on some of those heavy ones of that. Actually, I watched a lighthearted one of that too, because that's what Trek can do. It can do it all. Trek can do it all.
Yeah. Well, for me, for myself, I'm just waiting to gear up to do my annual rewatch. So I do a chronological rewatch every single year, and it comes up to about 667 hours if you're doing 66 to 05. So I'm just gearing up to do that. But this year, I'm going to be doing it with all of you. So
Yes.
it's going to be a crazy ride. But yeah, normally it's about 2 or 3 hours per day for me for Star Trek throughout the year.
Nice.
Last year, I didn't do it. And
Oh.
why I didn't do it. And that's the first time actually since I've been chronologically rewatching it since we were technically able to do that. Okay, but I didn't do that last year because I was pretty upset with some of the behavior of Patrick Stewart. So
Understand.
I
Yeah.
just stopped at TOS. I was just like, okay, I'm done, and yeah, so I just couldn't bring myself to finish the year out. So this will be a return. So this will be the voyage home for me as well.
Well, it will, and a wonderful voyage. I know it will be. One thing I was going to ask you about that is if we do one per Saturday, that's going to be a lot of years that it would take. So
yeah, and it's we could do that and just keep going, or or we can do a bundle where we can do them. We can do a set each week.
that might be a good idea because since we both know the show, I mean, like the back of our hands anyway. For as far as that goes,
Yeah,
that'll make it that might make it easier, and obviously compress time and pick a handful of up. Again, because we do have time to sit and go through them all, and you don't need 3 hours on one episode. You can do it, of course, which is great.
Yes.
I'm saying, or we can fit a few at a time, 3 or
Yes.
4 at a time, whatever you think is best. So anyway, we'll work all that
I
out.
think we should just roll with the punches. I think that we should start off trying to bundle them. But I think that if we get to some meatier episodes where some really important stuff is going down, we can make sure that we shine a light on that. There are some really weighty episodes coming down the pipe as we go through the canon. So yeah, it's going to we're going to make sure we touch on everything that people want us to touch on.
Excellent. So I think what we'll do, and if we get joined by someone later or whatever, I'll let you know if we hear something from someone that we were expecting or possible. Until that, I should be a little bit faithful to the title of tonight's show. So I will put it to you in that question that I put. Not really necessarily in the form of the question on the show's title. Raquel Briggs, you are on the stand. Why do you love Star Trek?
Oh my goodness. Well, I usually prepare for this, not only because I went to broadcasting school, but because I always make sure that I prepare for a show. But I remember you and I sitting down and talking with one another, and we were talking about how different conversations can stir memories, and about how just off the cuff works so well. So I'm not too prepared tonight. However, there are a few things that stand out to me that I would like to discuss.
Please do.
Why I love Star Trek. And certainly we have to start with the science. So, when I'm thinking about Star Trek, I'm thinking about invention. I'm thinking about how it inspired AI, data. I think about how Roddenberry, Majel especially, inspired Siri and Cortana, and how we had pads, and then suddenly iPads appeared in the world. And of course, in my master's thesis, I speak about Cooper, the inventor of the personal cell phone, talking about how he was completely inspired by Star Trek. So when I think about one of the first things that I love about Star Trek, definitely for me, it's about invention. It's also about inspiring scientists. So when I think about Hawking, I think about Asimov, I think about the astrophysicists at NASA. But I also think about Nichelle Nichols. You know, I think about her recruiting astronauts for NASA in the 1970s and the 1980s. And maybe some of you are familiar with this story. She met with the director of NASA at a convention. Jesko von Putenkammer, and he basically said to her, you know, we're really struggling. We can't attract astronauts. And Nichelle said, I would be happy to turn what we're putting on screen into real life. So that's a paraphrase of what she said. Of course, because I'm working off the top of my head, not off of notes, but that's something along the lines of what she said to him. She said, I want to make this come. I want to make the Gene Roddenberry's vision of diversity for astronauts. I want it to come true in real life. And so, of course, she wound up recruiting the first African American astronaut. She was the first to recruit many female astronauts. Of course, one, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we're just talking off the cuff tonight. It was actually the astronaut who, one of the female astronaut who died in the Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
So, so when I think about one of the first things that if you're asking me, if somebody's standing on a convention floor and the first thing they say to me is, why do you love Star Trek? The first thing that comes to mind is science. And I'm thinking about that invention. I'm thinking about inspiring scientists. And I'm thinking about Nichelle Nichols creating this wonderful atmosphere for NASA. Imagine Nichelle Nichols, 1970s, 1980s, recruiting for NASA when they were, when they didn't have enough astronauts, and she filled that void. So, definitely my first answer is going to be science. How about you?
Let's see here. I think for me, I would have to say it's probably imagination.
Okay.
Well, and the reason being, I guess, because obviously not being someone who is not educated in much of any kind of way, and really not someone who knows a lot about or proclaims to know much about science or much of anything else that's of any use. It's always geek stuff with me, because I love my geek stuff so much, because I love Star Trek and comic books and all these other forms of art, entertainment, if you will. The thing that intrigues me most in life probably is the human imagination and what it is capable of, and the ability of Gene Roddenberry's vision and how many people he inspired to look to the stars and to look out there to see that there's another way of life, there are other forms of life, and all of the different concepts that there are in life and philosophy and all these things. And just to be able to imagine, just like, again, it goes the same way with comic books or anything like that. The first thing I love about it is the broad imagination it takes to conceive of such things, to conceive of whether it is, ridiculously powerful beings and brightly colored costumes doing what's right and saving people and things like that, fighting extraordinary, crazy odds, or if it's a starship in the future going out into space, seeking out new life and new civilizations. The concept.
Well, I like that you're saying this stuff about imagination, because one of the things that first bursts forth in my mind is that there was a cost for that imagination. And many people know that some of our greatest artists, our greatest musicians, our greatest authors ran to the shelter of their mother's little helper. So a lot of musicians and authors and painters have turned to drugs in order to facilitate these intense writing sessions. And so, in a 1991 interview with Humanist Magazine, Gene Roddenberry actually, spoke about the fact that he regretted taking producer credit because, of course, Gene was a writer. And the reason why we lost Gene, in his own words, was due to the drugs he used to write with. And so, he may or may not have been worse or better than Stephen King, who, says that he took mountains of coke up into a cabin and snorted cocaine and wrote these books, and others who struggled with alcoholism and so on and so forth. So when we talk about that imagination, we also have to talk about the toll it took on this great and wonderful man. So we know that he died prematurely because of his imagination creation, his how he approached his craft. And then, of course, another thing is that I feel that his reputation was silently injured because, of course, the new generation of Trek fans are not aware that he was primarily a writer, and that he was writing and rewriting all the way up to data lore. So the beginning of Star Trek to data lore. And so that imagination, everyone needs to know, it came at a cost. And Gene Roddenberry was not some famous producer who wasn't writing and he had teams of writers helping him. That's not an accurate depiction of what happened. Of course, he did have the help of other writers, but not to the extent at which he was divorced from the writing itself. And that's why I always make sure that people know that it is a fact, an FACT, fact, that he wrote and rewrote all the way up to data lore. And it took its toll on him, like it took on Samuel Taylor Coleridge when he was drinking laudanum to write his poetry about Xanadu, and Stephen King. And primarily, we need to know that this imagination came from a wonderful man, and that the writing process was very complicated. One example that I try to give to people when I explain his regret over taking producer credit, if you look in 365, which is the production that was blessed by DC Fontana, you find out that Gene invented the idea of the transporter simply because someone in the executive team took him to task for the fact that they would not be able to afford the modeling for landing on all of these planets all the time. They were going to work on a shoestring budget, and that there wasn't going to be a lot of money. So he just decided, okay, well, we don't have to build these models because, of course, there's no big CGI computers back then and working all this technology. So he literally just said off the top of his head, well, we'll have them materialize and dematerialize. So when we look to imagination, it's very important that we impart the truth on the next generation of Star Trek fans about this writer named Gene Roddenberry and the cost it took to create this imagination.
Very, very nicely said. Yes, I guess that's what impresses me the most, of someone, because of the times we live in, so many things have been, water under the bridge, if you will. People don't stop and think sometimes. When you watch an episode of the original series, all the concepts are on there. They're not just extraordinary, amazing concepts. And yes, they've been regurgitated many, many times by many, not only Star Trek shows, but other shows. But at the time, so many of them were coming out of the bag for the first time. They were new concepts, new ideas.
Yes.
All coming from this TV show, a TV show in the 60s that mature, unbelievably intelligent ideas that are really out there, both philosophically and just so imaginative. Just like you said, the transporter thing, that's so brilliant. And again, a lot of people just take the old show for granted or laugh at it, and it used to just especially really drive me insane when they would trumpet, which again I like the later shows. Don't get me wrong, as we've talked about them all. I like when some people would, in favor of propping up one of the older, the newer shows, Next Gen or whatever it is, by trashing the original. It just, I mean, I used to get in so many arguments with people like that when they would just try to lord it over the original. So, hey, without the original, you don't get that show. It doesn't happen.
Not only that, I think that it's very important, especially if you've not studied literature in university, or if you've never taken a writing class, or if you're not even somebody who reads, to understand everything that goes into creating this kind of an imagination station. So when you're the first to it and you don't have a lot of money to do it, and you're introducing things like Spinoza, this person is talking about Spinoza on television during the civil rights movement, and when everybody is mostly Christian, and he has a network telling him what he's allowed to say and what he's not allowed to say. So these are people who are unfamiliar with the socio-historical context of what it was like to go and sit in a theater somewhere and watch a play. And you can very much see that in the TOS presentation. You're seeing there is an opera quality to it. It is extremely cerebral. And I don't like to use words like extremely often, but we're talking about somebody who just out of nowhere introduces Baruch, or Baruch, however you want to pronounce it, depending upon what side of the ocean you are on, Spinoza. And these weighty, incredibly important concepts. So much so that I personally know of at least 25 doctoral dissertations written on Star Trek. So when we're looking back on it and people are like, oh, that's campy. Well, no, it's actually not. It's very important to look back at the socio-historical context of things. I'm sure a lot of people would be horrified to watch a Shakespearean play in its time. Imagine having, people come out and the props are very cheap and it's very Punch and Judy, and they would say that was campy as well. So it's very important for people to think about the environment of this imagination superstation that was being created. This stage, the amount of technology that needed to be imagined, that needed to be wrought out of foam. This man had to turn into the Hephaestus of foam just so that he could convey the technology that he was going to create and inspire that would propel us into this century of invention. And so, campy, no, that's going to get a big from me.
Good. I can't tell you how many times, especially as I've gotten older, when if I'm just watching an episode of original Trek. I mean, it's happened with other episodes, of course, of the other shows, but when I'm watching an episode of the original series, and I'll be reminded of something. They'll be talking about something in an episode, and it'll make me think, wow, they're talking like this on a TV show in 1966, 7, 8, or whatever.
Yeah.
That no other TV show talks like that. No other TV show endeavored to be that intelligent, to be and I love old TV. There are a lot of old, wonderful, fun old shows. None of them were like Star Trek. None of them had the intelligence, other than a few things like Rod Serling, of course, with this Twilight Zone, or The Outer Limits, and things like that were close to that level as well.
Those shows were canceled because they were too cerebral.
I don't know.
Whoever comes to you and says, "Hey, this is too cerebral," you've got something special.
Well, absolutely. I'm just saying, as close to that level of intelligence as any imaginative show would be, it would be those two. There aren't very many in that time at all. So that's just how far ahead of its time it was, I guess, is what
and the limitations of the technology, I think, are something that people should really, truly educate themselves on. And we're going to talk about this in the new year, especially when we talk about the Telosians. And we talk about those production notes.
Oh, yeah.
Where people have who have not read a lot of Star Trek and have not read the production books and aren't quite as geeky and nerdy as us, they might not be aware aware of certain things, like that, there was talk that Code of Honor was supposed to be lizards. And so the director who was in charge of turning it into a very disgusting scenario was actually fired. When we look at the Telosians, we're looking at something that was supposed to be completely non-binary, to the point where it had the people had no sexual organs, no reproductive organs. They had no gender. And of course, Jean wanted to make this possible and drive this point home without offending the Christian audience, the largely Christian audience at that time, conservative Christian audience, that he was going to use the idea of crustaceans. So he wanted the Telosians to be crab-like. And so you see how when technology, when the makeup isn't there, when the budget isn't there, when the technology isn't there, you have to change your ideas. You have to massage them in ways in which you can still convey the weighty messages you're trying to convey, and the fantastic ideas that are in your mind. And it can be very arresting, just trying to do something and not having the resources to be able to get that out. And so in many ways, I feel bad that Gene didn't get to harness technology the way that he possibly could have done today.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. Oh, big shout out to Polymes Minion. Thank you for popping in. We're glad to see you here. Thank you so much. My great pal, Lord Thoth. Hey, buddy. Thank you so much for popping in, man. I'm glad to see you. And as always, Avon lives and LLL, long live the Legion. So it's a little geek code there between buds. J-Man, thank you for popping in, sir. Oh my goodness, we are joined by the beautiful and wonderful Purple Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Purple, you are amazing. It's awesome of you to pop in. I know it's late over there across the pond. It's lovely to see you, my friend. And of course, hail Valhalla. I want everyone, by the way, again, we'll be Monday night. We'll be celebrating Christmas with the superheroes, basically meaning as many YouTube superheroes as I can get together. We're gonna have just saying hello to everyone for Christmas and saying Merry Christmas and all kind of stuff. So hopefully, I know my buddy Loki will be here. Mark C should probably be here. I'm hoping. I'm hoping no problem. Oh my, Katie Carr. I am so happy to see you. We got a lot of beautiful ladies here. We got the beautiful Raquel Briggs. We've got Katie, and we got the wonderful Purple Valkyrie. Man, all right, guys. Hey, guys, be on your P's and Q's now. Try to look cool. I know, we're geeks. We can't do that. But try to look cool, guys. Oh man. I'm so glad you all popped in. And Katie, it is lovely to have you, my friend. Look, there is no greater fan. Is there a greater fan? I ask you, Raquel, of Voyager than our pal Katie.
No, she is a super fan of Voyager, and we're definitely going to have to make sure that she is present for the Voyager episodes we cover, because she's just she'll be over the moon.
Absolutely. Oh, hail to the wonderful Sandra Feliciano.
Sandra Feliciano's listening in, one of the great branches of our Lord Doomcock. So we have both of you guys. We have both the Felicianos. So nice to have you folks.
Yeah, we got RM's better half listening in. Sandra, thank you. Thank you indeed. I hope you all are doing well. And again, I cannot stress enough how the Eric K is the man, by the way. Feel free to make fun of me about something, Eric. Go ahead. He's always busting my chops. No, I'm just kidding. He's the man. Listen, here we go. Let's see. You do not try to be cool. You either are or you're not. Well, I'm in trouble then. I was giving it too much of a try, I guess. Oh, there you go, Sandra. Thank you for popping in. We appreciate it. And I hope you all love Star Trek. If you're not, I hate you. Just kidding. I love you.
If you're just joining us, this show is dedicated to why we love Star Trek. And the reason why we're doing this is in the new year, Clobberin and I, Mike and I, are going to be doing a chronological rewatch of the 66 to 05. And we're going to talk about the different trivia surrounding it, the stories, the actors, the production. It's just going to be a giant celebration of Star Trek 66 to 05. So if you're just joining us, please mark your calendar for Saturdays at this time, because on Saturdays, think of this place, Star Trek Saturdays here for a celebration. So lots of S sounds in your head. Keep those S sounds in your head. We're here.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we love it. And you should too. Damn it. Or else. I tell you, I love, well, another thing, one of the other things that's wonderful about Star Trek is the camaraderie. Look at all the people who come in and how many people truly love it and how many great friends you make over it, because it's just it's like some of the bigger, like the bigger, I don't know, geek phenomenons or whatever you want to call them. It brings people together. The best of it does, of course. The real Trek, 1966 to 2005, and I met so many fantastic friends in so many different geek venues, and many of them are, of course, Star Trek fans. And it just, I know people like to use it. It may be overused when people say, well, Star Trek gives hope and all that kind of stuff, but it is true. That's one thing. But to just go a different route with it, to give another of the bazillions of reasons why I love Star Trek, is, God, it's going to sound so stupid. It's comfort food for my soul right now, especially right now. And what I mean by that is, we all like to, when I get a chance anyway, to watch something these days, we all like to kick back and watch things that we enjoy, even things we've watched many times over and over again. And there are a few things I could just throw on if I'm, in a down mood, not feeling very well, or just kind of, if I'm just not, I don't know, just aggravated or depressed, whatever it is, that make me happy, put me in my happy place. And Star Trek at its best always does that to me. Always. I mean, there are a few other things, of course.
Yeah.
But Star Trek makes me feel good all the time. It makes me think, it makes me feel, and it makes me, I hate to use that word hope, but it does give me a little hope that we can get there. We can mature as a human race. I mean, I'll never see it, but it just makes me feel like it's possible, because you got this one man who could envision it back in the 60s and put that vision to paper and then put it to the screen and inspire. See, Star Trek, everyone, and I'm talking about the original series, but it also spills over into the other ones. Star Trek is not a TV show. I mean, it started as a TV show. And there are a lot of other really great TV shows. The Prisoner might be the greatest thing ever written on television, in my opinion. I don't know. It's so wonderful. I love Doctor Who, and I love Blake Seven, and I love Red Dwarf, and I love a lot of other shows. Star Trek is the one show that's transcended being a television show and inspired generations of people to do other things other than just watch television. A great show can inspire you to watch that show. And maybe it may also inspire you to make your own show or something like that. So if all Star Trek did was just inspire people to make their own science fiction show, that's pretty good for a show. But it made people, as you touched on earlier, it made people want to be so many other things. It made people want to be scientists and doctors and all these other things. Name me another show that ever did that, ever.
Yeah. Well, people they say hope, but that hope, it comes from lots of different directions, right? Such a great idea to have this chat on why we love specifically traditional Star Trek and Gene. The man was a true visionary. Love you, Katie. Yep.
You are awesome, Katie. Thank you, Katie.
But yeah, if we unpack that hope and we put our finger directly on it, it doesn't feel like you're reaching for something that you can't grasp, like reaching for a cloud. So when I think about the type of hope that I get out of Star Trek, I have it broken down in my mind as to the why. So for me, there's the diversity and inclusion, and then there's the fact that I'm an INTJ, so that's my Myers-Briggs. And then I think about futurism. So I'll talk about futurism first, okay? When I think about a hopeful future, I'm thinking about where our planet is. So when you're watching Star Trek, I want you to think about why you feel hopeful. And one of the reasons why you feel hopeful is there's no poverty, there's no hunger, the climate has been stabilized, wildlife has been stabilized, pollution has been stabilized. We fix all of that. And isn't that incredible that somebody could just give us that? It's so easy to be dystopian and cathartic to be dystopian in our science fiction. It is much more difficult to create so many things like he created with this science and these inventions that other people put the guts in and brought them to life. But it's also these seeds of hope that come from so many places where he was addressing every single thing that ailed society and fixing it. And that gets into, of course, me being an INTJ, and the fact that I'm a pragmatist. I'm always looking at the results of things. So if you arrive, but you're bedraggled and bloodied, then it probably maybe it wasn't worth it. But I'm focused on results. So for me, I love the fact that Star Trek always focused on solutions, compromise, and diplomacy. It was
Wonderful.
just, it just always worked that way. And I think that's what that cloud of hope is. I'll just be totally frank here. We're living in a society where everything is not an invention, but an innovation. So we have an innovation of our entertainment. Nobody's really inventing anything anymore. We have these cell phones and this technology, and they keep on innovating it, but nobody's really inventing anything anymore. And so you get a lot of hope when people, when someone like Gene Roddenberry can give you an actual invention. There is no other Mozart. We don't have a Mozart right now. We merely have people trying to, innovate him or recast him or reboot him or deconstruct it. So part of that hope is coming from invention, okay, instead of innovation. And part of that hope, like I said, is that from every single direction in society, when you look at everything that makes us feel impoverished as human beings, and that is this world hunger, this people living in abject poverty, constantly worrying about climate change and about climate disaster and terrible weather and people suffering and the loss of wildlife, deforestation, pollution. We're always thinking about all of this, and when we go to Star Trek, Gene has said that we're smart enough, we're good enough, we're cooperative enough, we're loving enough, we're kind enough that we can make all of that stop if we use the diplomacy, the solutions, the compromise. So that hope isn't just an empty cloud that you can't hang anything on, Mike. That hope is coming from the direct thoughts of this wonderful, brilliant man.
Very, very nicely said, as always.
Thank you. Yeah, too much of today's society is the cookie cutter methodology. It's true, I talked about this a lot in grad school. Everybody seemed to be so excited by innovation, and I could see how innovation was going to unravel itself, and I predicted correctly. So, when you're a musician and it takes you, I won't mention any names, but it takes you 78 producers and writers to make one song or one album, and it's all samples of other artists, you're seeing innovation instead of invention. Mozart wasn't sampling anyone, and he didn't have 78 music producers. So, we're seeing this happen. And now we're starting to see it in our film and television, this constant innovation. They keep innovating these same comic books and these same titans of our childhoods that were invented. But eventually people get sick and tired of that Russian doll effect, because it's just the doll getting tinier and tinier and tinier. So it's not an answer. We need real creative people who are willing to invent, willing to inspire. I think everyone is done with innovation now.
Well, absolutely. Let me know, anyone, if you're hearing echoes. So, because I can, but you can't. Can you hear an echo or no?
No, I can't. I have my headphones in.
Oh, I got you. Hey, it went away. Weird. I was a kid in the 60s. So was I. Star Trek showed that my parents were right. In the future, my gender wouldn't keep me from having choices. In the 60s, girls were to be wives and moms only. I wanted more, but I thought Star Trek hated women until 2015. Oh, that's right. Didn't exist.
That's crap. And I have to totally agree with Sandra. We were in an atmosphere where even sexual intercourse before marriage was seen as something that was absolutely terrible. So yeah, and when I talk about one of the reasons why I love Star Trek is Star Trek had diversity and inclusion since 1966. So
yes,
we've got the civil rights movement, and we've got Martin Luther King saying that his children watch Star Trek. And we've got, Nichelle Nichols having a conversation with him where she was like, well, I don't know if I should be on this show. And he said, no, you're an astronaut. You're a communications engineer. You're rewiring a communications panel on a spaceship. You can't leave this job. You're inspiring a nation. And so, we've got an African-American woman as an astronaut and an engineer, and in the military. So Nichelle Nichols is an astronaut in the military who is a communications engineer rewiring an entire panel. We've got a Japanese American after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, after these terrible internment camps. We have a Japanese American. We've got a Jewish guy who looks like the devil. We've got another Jewish guy from Canada. We've got a Russian teenager, and this is like the Cold War. And what's really crazy is the Jewish cast members have the most incredible stories of escape. That you're talking about, like parents, mothers, and fathers being secretly removed from countries where they could have been killed on carts, literally on a cart with hay over top. I think that's actually Leonard Nimoy's mother who was, or was that Walter Koenig? I forget. You'd have to look it up, because remember, tonight we're not allowed to look up anything or have any notes. So this is all about how we would talk at the con, off the cuff. So you would have to look that up. But please go and look up the stories of the Jewish cast members on Star Trek, the original series. The stories of how their parents and their families escaped they are just, I hate to use the word harrowing because it's almost a trite phrase, because everybody uses that, but truly harrowing. The escapes they made, just absolutely mind-blowing. Go and have a look at these stories. They're all over the internet. They're in the cast members' biographies. Just things that will shake the center of your soul and just make you feel triumphant about this show, with the African-American woman in the military who's an astronaut, who's a communications engineer, a Japanese man whose parents were in a Japanese internment camp. I believe he was in a Japanese internment camp as well, or
Mm-hmm.
An
It was.
extension of that. And then we've got the Jewish man who looks like the devil. And then we've got this Russian teenager. And then we've got this captain who's a Jewish guy. And they've all had these scary stories of getting out, escaping without being killed. So yes, Sandra Feliciano, what a great talking point.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. When I was growing up, I wanted to be Nichelle Nichols. I did not care about the color of her skin. It did not even factor into what I was thinking. All I thought was, wow, a communications engineer in the military, an astronaut. I want to be that. And she did that for girls in 1966. And you want to talk diversity and inclusion? Let's be real. Let's talk truth about diversity and inclusion. And speak the truth about the cast.
Absolutely wonderfully said as always. Canadian Spider-Man does whatever a Canadian spider can. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for popping in as always. And he of course says, "Hail, Raquel Briggs! Hail
Hey,
indeed!
Canadian Spider-Man! So good to
Hail to you again."
popping in.
Yes, buddy. Thank you, sir. It's always great to see you here, man. What can a Canadian Spider-Man do? You're gonna have to tell us one day.
There's nothing he can't do.
Nothing. That's right. So if you were bitten by a radioactive spider in Canada, you get even more power than like when Peter Parker got bitten by one in New York. Come on.
Lord Thoth. Go Habs, go! That's actually a pretty good team.
Oh my! Yeah, what is it? Oh, yeah. Oh man, well, that man is always camping somewhere. All right, buddies. Oh, there you go, Mark C. Thank you for popping in, bro. If you look at the power records and show, yeah, they changed her. Yeah, we did. We talked about that one, Mark. See, we talked about that in a good bit when we did our history of Star Trek comics show a while back. But let's. Oh, here we go. RN, our old buddy RN with Feliciano says, "I choose not to watch that Picard filth." I'll put that in there for you so I can put words in your mouth, buddy. Because I was the AF. He was in the AF as in the Air Force. So was my dad. And if any senior officer used the F-bomb on anyone, that would be unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unless you're Picard, apparently it's perfectly fine to do it to a Starfleet legend. No, wait. He's not a Starfleet legend in that show. He's an idiot.
Well, that's why I didn't watch P Hard.
Look at you. Yeah, it's bad.
I saw them, sending him soaring 100 feet from a bomb blast when he's like, he would have been what, chronologically? He would have been like, what, 100 and something, 116 years old, something, 126 years old. I don't know. I'd have to do that. This is a no-note show, but yeah, I saw that. But one of the reasons why I jumped ship, literally and figuratively, total pun intended, was I started watching that disco filth and the STD filth, and I realized that it was a total fraud. There was no military whatsoever there. Nobody had any respect for one another. People were interacting in a professional manner. It was just, and then, don't even get me started on the Klingorks. That was
absolutely.
I just,
I watched all of P Hard, and I can't give you a good reason why. By the way, hello there to the great Mark with a C. Now we have the both.
Hey,
we have the Mark with a and Mark C.
Yes,
so, got them both. See, in fact, that almost gives I hate to even talk about P Hard, but it does give a good example of why I love Star Trek, and it's a show all about what not to do with Star Trek, just as STD is, of course. But that one, I had to tap out somewhere in the middle of the first season. I couldn't do it anymore. And thank God we have wonderful folks like Doomcock and Gary and a lot of other people who review this trash, so the rest of us don't have to. We can know what happened, and we can go, God, you sat through that? But I can't say much because I sat through all of P Hard.
It was a hard pass for me once I saw 120 and change old man flying through the air, and then just then he was just running up those steps, no problem. I mean,
it's so bad.
I hope that they would have been carrying a defibrillator everywhere they went. I mean, it's just absolutely absurd. But once again, you're seeing this innovation. They wanted to innovate the show, and the show didn't need innovation. The IP needed invention. We needed another person, and this is going to sound a little bit controversial to say, but somebody like a Ronald D. Moore to come along and make a DS9 again. And of course, other people are going to say, oh, you can't say that because, DS9 has its own copy out there, right? Which Lord Thoth can talk about. But yeah, it's just, we need way less innovation, because innovation has turned into regurgitation, and I think people are sick of it. We're hungry for more Star Trek, but we want some invention here. We need some new characters. We don't want any more retcon. Oh, please.
Yes. Would you like to take that one, or?
Star Trek was a beautiful gift to humanity. It showed that together, our individuality and respect for tradition and modern exploration could further our race. It also showed respectable women. Yes.
So nicely said, Katie. It's so true. Yeah. Because the thing about on P Hard is because it is, and I want to keep that in line with what Katie said, because it's so ugly. It's if you wanted to see if someone said, "Tell me how to write Star Trek," and you wanted to say, "Okay, first I want to show you how not to," because now we have a lot of guidelines on that. I mean, there's now no gray area on it. We can show you how not to, and a lot of things to avoid. And of course, you got STD for that. You have the horrible Jar Jar Abrams garbage movies for that, but you also have P Hard for that. And I often say Star Trek is a beautiful thing. It's just a saying of mine. It is a beautiful thing because it is beautiful. It's about humanity striving, not always succeeding, certainly stumbling, certainly still having problems with darkness, but always trying to let the beauty take over and let the beauty take center stage and to try to be better and evolved. And that's what I love about it. P Hard is a complete and utter regression of what Star Trek is supposed to be about. It has every single element of things that this man did not want in his show. Yeah. Okay? That he made a show specifically to rail against is all in there. It's in STD and all those other things too. It's all the stuff he didn't want is in there.
Well, when you're writing something, it's very important to know your audience, because that's who you're writing for. You're writing for your audience. And your audience takes shape on the page as you imagine them imbibing what you're writing. And Gene was very clear in the way that he wanted to have his discussions with his viewers, with his readers. And that is, that it can't be didactic. And that's just a fancy academic word that says that, it's moralizing, it's deciding for you, and it's acting as this moralizing force. Gene understood that his audience was intelligent, so his audience was looking for rhetoric. His audience was looking to be asked questions so that they could decide for themselves. And when you do that, when you don't infantilize people, and when you don't hammer people down and decide for them, and you behave in a partisan way, when you don't do any of that stuff, it is amazing how you can create civic engagement and cultural transformation, because you're giving the people the information they want so they can decide for themselves. So when we look at the P Hard and we look at the STD filth, this vandalism, what we see is actually the destruction of the conversation that the fans were having with the IP, with the author, and that's a shame, because that conversation is completely broken down, and now it's a mess.
Absolutely. What was it? Oh, someone talked about. Let me find. Yeah, where's the one? Oh, someone mentioned how. Oh yeah, Mark with a C. Yeah, if I was Picard, I'd really be pissed that they didn't put me. At least make me. Was it 20 years younger? Yeah, no, they put him in an exact duplicate body that was basically a golem.
Well, and can I please address Mark with the C's comment? Let's leave
Please.
that up on the marquee for a second too. Gene was asked about this, and of course, many of you at home realize that Gene Roddenberry did not want Patrick Stewart to play Picard. And there were reasons for it. One was that they wanted to relaunch the original cast. He got dragged into that. When that fell apart, he sort of said, why are we hiring this guy who's British when I wrote a French character and he's only 8 years younger? If we're going to jettison Shatner, why is this guy bald and only 8 years younger? So we'll get that fact out. But I will say this, that after Gene had warmed up to the whole idea, he made a wonderful response when he was asked about Captain Picard's hair. I think it was either a reporter or at a convention. But he said, why didn't they cure baldness? And in perfect Gene Roddenberry fashion, he answered, why would they look for a cure? They simply did not care. Humanity had moved past that kind of judgment of one another, to judge one another's sexuality or virility or aesthetic quality through male pattern baldness. So it's a complicated issue to bring up. The P-hard not having hair, Patty Stew not having hair. But everyone at home should know that the joke is not on Gene Roddenberry when it comes to the British Frenchman, because Patty Stew was forced on Gene Roddenberry. He was forced on the IP. In fact, I believe he stood in front of Gene between 6 and 8 times, and each and every single time Gene said, "This is not the guy. This is not Picard." So yeah. So if you're having hair questions, I hope that I addressed most of them therein. Thank you for your comment, Mark with a C.
Well, Mark with a C, when he talked about how, yes, absolutely, Picard just destroyed the character of Picard and other things. Katie also, who is again our big Voyager fan, it was equally as disgusting as what they did to Seven of Nine. As she writes, the worst for me was STP because of I'm sorry. Okay. What they did to Seven of Nine,
Yeah.
who was nothing like the hero and role model she was on Voyager.
Yeah.
Felt like a betrayal and very heartbreaking. And you're being polite, Katie. It was filthy and disgusting. Makes me sick. I'm not going to trash Jerry Ryan here, but I'm saddened that she was involved in that. But again, I can't speak to anyone's real life situations and why they do that. So I don't have any.
Well, I'm not a super big Jerry Ryan fan either. Her as a person, I'm not actually shocked that she did those things. I'm shocked that they destroyed the character. Like I said, this vandalizing the conversation until the conversation breaks down and you can't enjoy the character anymore. But as far as Jerry Ryan goes, I'm not too fond of her anyways, because of some rather absurd things that she said in for feminism, and she certainly doesn't speak for feminism, and she certainly doesn't speak for me when she says outrageous things about how it was misogyny, her costume was misogynistic or whatever have you, and she talks about requiring oxygen and all of these crazy stories she tells. Anyone who has ever worked in Hollywood can tell you about the thousands and thousands and thousands of actors who have had to wear what do they call them, corsets, and men having to wear the stomach belts and all of these binders. Anyone who's ever done any kind of Shakespeare or any type of period drama or even men who've had to lift things in film, everyone has had to wear constrictive clothing. So I don't consider it misogynistic. I consider it being a part of the character, just the same as Patrick Stewart made the same complaints. He wanted to wear his regular clothes. They told him he couldn't wear his regular clothes. He got so upset about wearing this uniform. I mean, the guy's supposed to be in the military, that he actually goes to his chiropractor. He complains to his chiropractor that he can no longer wear the suit. And of course, he comes back to the production team and they have to change his uniform, even though he's in the military. So, boo-hoo, I feel so bad. You have to wear a military uniform on your pretend show, and you have to wear a corset. Boo-hoo. You want some Kleenex? I'll bring you a tissue. I don't feel sorry for Jerry Ryan, and I think that her accusations against her costuming are hysterical when they're put in context. The lovely Katie Carr, who is listening in today, is actually a ballerina, and she can definitely tell you about some, but
Absolutely.
what her feet and what her costumes, that just, you know, this is just a part of the costuming. So I'm disappointed as well, Katie.
And by the way, Rod Thunderheart, hail! Thank you for popping in. He said,
Rod!
He says lots of Doomcock crowd. Well, we love Doomcock here, so I'm proud to have Doomcock fans here as well. Katie, also, thank you so much. She says, shout out to the underrated, very underrated Enterprise down in the corner, such a series which was ahead of its time and the end of an era. You know what? It was all that and more. We've done a show here, everyone, that I'm very proud of, that Raquel and I did a while back in defense of Enterprise, because it deserves to be defended, because it just gets way too much criticism and way too much hate. And we went to bat for it because we love it, and it's a great show. I'll defend even the first 2 seasons, who people kind of just dump on. Anyway, we'll do that. We don't have to do that now, but I'm just saying we've done that, and we will always defend it.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're thinking about watching Enterprise or giving it a second chance, we would love for you to watch that In Defense of Enterprise episode that we did on this channel. We just wanted to point some things out that were reminiscent of TOS, and just what a great exemplar of homage Enterprise is, once you peel back the layers of watch fatigue, or just an overall sort of, I'm not sure about this. Please give that discussion a listen, and I know you won't be disappointed. Please do that.
I love what Katie says here, and I'm so on. I mean, I was saying something similar to this earlier, how it makes me happy. How Star Trek makes me happy, bottom line, and that's one of the biggest reasons to love it. One thing that traditional Star Trek gave was a sense of peace and made you feel happy inside. I always feel good about myself, or I'm taught a lesson in the end. I always feel good when I watch Trek 2. Obviously, it has its downer episodes, or its more serious ones for sure, but even in those, there's always something uplifting to pull from it. And I think that's kind of the overall meaning of Star Trek, is being uplifted, even if it's an episode that presents you with some darker aspects sometimes, because you got to have that, or you can't have any kind of conflict or any kind of story, but or drama. So it always manages to shine. Star Trek is a shining light. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, I agree.
And well, absolutely, shout out to Enterprise. Currently in the midst of rewatching DS9's Dominion arc from season 5 and 6. I look at the storytelling and how compelling the war stories were, without showing gratuitous violence. Such poetic writing. That is so true. God, is so well written.
Yeah. Ronald D. Moore, so good.
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. I love it, and I've been watching a lot of those recently as well. You want to check out what some of the other people are saying here, or do you have it?
Let's do that. Let's make this all about the chat, because
yes, off the cuff.
Saturday night Star Trek. That's what we're going to be doing. This is what this show is going to be starting in the New Year. Saturday night Star Trek. This is all about celebrating 66 to 05. So bring on those comments. And no comment is frivolous or silly. This is really about celebrating Star Trek.
Absolutely, because we love it. In case none of you had caught on to that yet. Almost done with season 2 of rewatching Enterprise. Turns out I missed a bunch of episodes. Who said there are new episodes? There are no. Oh, I guess it means there are
Yeah.
no new episodes of Trek.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I'm blessed with a really garbage memory these days, so I can go back if it's something I haven't watched in a couple of years. Even if I remember it while I'm watching it, it can kind of sort of feel new anyway. But although not so much with Enterprise, because I think I've watched them all about like 55 zillion times, and yet recently I found myself going back and just watching a bundle here and there. Just I love them. And I do love that about structure. I know you like to go you have a lot of structure when you do it, but I love the fact that you can, if you're a fan of whichever series or all the series, you can. My favorite kind of storytelling is that, even though, like Katie mentioned, there's an arc with Deep Space Nine and the Dominion War, things like that.
Yeah.
There are arcs here and there, but you can generally grab any episode of Trek that you just takes your fancy, or if it's just one you want to go back to, any of the series, and just throw one on there at random. Or if you're just if you're messing around with Netflix and you just want to watch a Trek, I used to close my eyes sometimes and do the eeny, meeny, miny, mo thing and just kind of up and down, and then I look and see which one I land on. And I go, yeah, I'll watch that one.
Yeah. For me, like I said at the top of the show, my Myers-Briggs is INTJ. So that's my personality type. So for me, I'm all about the linear, and I've been doing it for so many years, just starting with the TOS and then going all the way to the end, that I just can't do it. Unless it's the films. The films I can watch. I can pull the films out and watch them, but I'm all about the linear.
Well, I can respect that. Absolutely. I admire that.
Oh, can we please go to Eric K first at 15 minutes past the hour? He's just above Rod Thunderheart, and then we'll get to Rod.
Oh, sure.
I love what he said here. I really like Enterprise. Jolene Bullock and Linda Park. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Two of the most beautiful women. And Jolene Bullock, wow, what a performance she turned in as a Vulcan. And when you go back and you see her portrayal of that character, it's just so excellent. And I didn't mean to mess up the order, but then we had Rod Thunderheart say, that's exactly it. Star Trek has always been cerebral. Yes, that was actually the word that was used when it was canceled, Rod Thunderheart. It has been cerebral.
Zathras, thanks for being here, Zathras. Babylon 5 is better. Oh, dim spotting words, partner.
Well, I alluded to that
I love
earlier.
Babylon
I knew
5.
somebody was going to call DS9 out on the Babylon 5. And, the thing is that I've done a little bit of research there, but I can't actually uncover who really, really had the script first, like who had it in the can. It would be interesting if somebody could produce more evidence for me. I'd like to know which horse was actually out of the gate first.
I can help you with a pretty good video about that. By the way, I don't know if he means Babylon 5, the big competitor of Deep Space Nine, or if he just means he likes Babylon better than Trek in general. But either way,
yes, I see what you're saying there. Yeah. Okay.
Either way, he might be though. Either way, I appreciate you being here, Zathras, and I do love Babylon 5, my friend. But there's a video. I don't know if you're familiar with the chap named Dave Cullen. Great dude. He has a great channel. He talks about he talks about sometimes political things is in connection to pop culture, things like that, or but geekness and stuff. But he also does geek stuff. He loves Star Trek, and he did a video about. Forgive me, I can't remember the title of it now, but it was along the lines of, was Star Trek Deep Space Nine stolen from Babylon 5?
Yeah.
It's an excellent video. If I think about to track it down later, I'll try to send it to you.
Yeah,
and
please do,
it's
because
really good.
You always want to make sure that you get reliable information, and I like to check a few sources, but as everybody in the nerd and geek universe knows, it's a very controversial subject. Yes, Canadian Spider-Man at 18 minutes after the hour. The friendships on screen and off, I think, are what put Enterprise in part above the other series in Trek for me. Wow, what a beautiful comment. And yes, the camaraderie and just the way that that team worked together. I also thought that it was wonderful that Linda Park's character, Hoshi Sato, was a linguist, and she was actually a genius linguist, but was not an astronaut and was not a communications engineer. So she's completely different than Nichelle Nichols' character. She's completely different from Uhura, and she was actually afraid to be on the ship, and was afraid of the vacuum of space, and she was just terrified. And it's just the way people interacted with her to try and help her become an astronaut. It was just so great. And Trip, so great.
I love
and Captain Archer, the way he loved his crew and the way that he trusted them. You know, that's one of the reasons why this new Star Trek is just crap, is because I would actually put Archer above Picard when it comes to a military man trusting his team. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch the episodes and look at the trust he puts in his people. And he's never, I'm not going to say never, he's not always the expert. He always turns to the team. The team works together to solve the problems. So a Canadian Spider-Man, great comment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man. Rob Thunderheart, let's see. I don't know if it's better or not. He thinks just an opinion. Yeah, well, our buddy Zathrith even says later, you know, he said, I like it. He says, I like it all. Just kidding. Hey, man, even if you didn't like it all, we love you here no matter what, bro. But I do love Babylon 5, man. And look, liking one better than another's never a big deal over around here, man. All opinions are welcome.
Well, I'm actually interested in how Rob Thunderheart saw Babylon 5. Because there wasn't much of a window up here. Would you mind putting that up for me, please, Rob Thunderheart, if you don't mind sharing that? Rod and I come from the same area of Canada. Well, we don't come from the same area of Canada. We currently live in the same area of Canada. Mm-hmm. And I find Babylon 5 incredibly difficult to get a hold of. It's just, it's impossible. Like, I've never seen it on TV here. I've never seen it on our space network. It's not on Amazon Prime here. It's not on Netflix here. Weird. I don't think it can be purchased on Apple TV. Basically, I think you can only get it on Amazon. And the reason why I'm asking Rod is actually a fan of Rocket Robin Hood as well. So
cool.
Rod and I, we watch a lot of stuff when we were kids. I think Rod is probably Gen X like we are. So yeah. Rod says, yep. Okay, so yeah, he agrees. It's really hard. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Rod got it in the store. Okay, yeah. So our Canadian friends, yeah, it's really difficult to get, but you really do need to get your Babylon 5. The only reason why I haven't purchased my Babylon 5 so far is I'm worried about what kind of digital version I could get. And Rod Thunderheart, if you could please make a recommendation, or Zathras 61, if you guys could please make a recommendation as to how the folks at home should watch that, which version of CD, DVD, whatever, that'd be great.
Excellent. Again, if you ever do get a hold of them all, and man, is it complicated, because when it comes to Babylon 5, you have to watch them in the proper order, because this thing wasn't just a TV show. It was a TV show, but they had all these different movies and TNT movies and different things all over the place. Yeah, the last time I binged it a couple years back, when it was on Amazon Prime here, I made sure I went online and looked at the acts. The fans put it the order you're supposed to watch them in.
So you are linear like me sometimes.
On that one, I had to be. Yeah, on that one it's a soap opera in the sense. So yeah, you have to be. There are standalones, but it's not unlike Deep Space Nine. It is mostly, it's kind of a continuation. It was, Harlan Ellison, as I'm sure you know, worked on that show and was worked on a lot of Trek people were there, and I like Dave Cohen and a lot of people have said, look, whatever conflicts there are that went on, or what may or may not have been taken from where or whatever, we ended up with 2 great shows instead of 1. So hey, win-win.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh, we have some our chat is just absolutely blowing up. Can we marquee some of this? Because
yes,
our chat
please.
is just, we have the best chat in the universe. So we have high
Where you want to go?
interactions here.
Absolutely. I'm loving it. That's what we're here for. Why we all love Trek.
Did you know that Rod Thunderheart wrote a fan fiction of Robin Hood?
I didn't know that. I'd only even heard of the show when you and Doomcock and others were talking about it. See, we didn't get that down here. It was created. I mean, I think it was the Gantry. Oh, I forget the name of the animation company. The same animation company that did the old Ralph Bakshi Spider-Man animated series of the 60s.
And did you know that they shared backgrounds?
Yes.
Okay, so Rod and I, one of the, well, at least for my purpose, I backed Rod Thunderheart up at one of the chats because Doomcock said, yeah, Rod, I do need to go and get that. I do need to go and get that. And then of course, I'm yelling in the chat, they shared the same backgrounds as Spider-Man. And so, yeah, I hope Doomcock goes out and gets that. But Rod, that's great. And is there anywhere where we could read your fan fiction, Rod?
Let us know, Rod.
Please go ahead and throw that up in the chat. Let us know where we can get it. We'll go and have a look, or send it to Clobberin Times on Twitter. But that's great, Rod.
By the way, that reminds me. Raquel herself, of course, has done a lot of writing, and you could, if you look in the description below right now, you can see a link to her writing, and you can check it out.
Thank you.
I should have said it at the beginning. Oh, I forget things, you know that.
That's okay.
Always remind me about that, please. Where were we? We got so many good ones here. Let's see what everyone's saying. My good buddy Lord Thoth, as a man from Nova Scotia, who has been posted to BC and now Ottawa. I admit I love all of Canada. I need to go there one day because they have wonderful people like you and Canadian Spider-Man and my buddy Lord Thoth and Rod. And who knows who else is in there?
There are a lot of Canadians here.
Yeah. What are you all them Canucks doing coming down to my place, boys? Jesus Christ. Actually, Canadians said one day he's coming down to visit me. Canadian Spider-Man. You better be, man.
I would believe him. The thing is that, like, I think that's kind of what makes us pretty hardcore is that, like, there are places in Canada where I don't think they even had FM radio until like the 80s. So this kind of stuff is hard to get. And it has not been easy for us. I remember I ordered a Steely Dan album with my stepdad or a Larry Carlton album in the late 80s. And it took like 6 months to get here. So, and it's atrociously expensive to bring stuff here unless it's on, you know, it's a specific item on Amazon Prime. So I think that's why people like Rod Thunderheart, Canadian Spider-Man, and our friend in the East there, that's why we turn hardcore, is because once we get it, we can't get enough, right? I love it. I'm sitting with no pants, talking track, drinking whiskey, and playing with my 10-inch Eagle Moss Enterprise ships, loving it, Clobberin Times. Canadian Spider-Man, that's great.
I hope by no pants you mean that you're wearing Spider-Man tights. Just gonna hope for that, buddy. One of the things that made Enterprise so great was that male and female could rely on each other, count on each other, and every one of them had things they overcame to be the great people they are. That is absolutely very well said, Eric, and I totally concur. The characterization on that show is terrific. It's just, I love it so much.
Yep. Once again, it's that relationship between the author, between the intellectual property, the relationship, the dialogue that the reader or the watcher is counting on. And if it's not there, people know it, they feel it, and it's evident. And if people go back and give Enterprise a second look, like a lot of people in the chat have been saying, well, a couple of people have said in the chat, when they went back and watched it, they were like, yeah, this is good, because it is good.
It's wonderful. You know, I often say to friends that I really love and respect, I say, you know what? I would steal the Enterprise and take it to the Genesis planet for you. And that's why I love this. We talk about, you know, because we talk about all these reasons we love Star Trek, and that's always, it's always fun to reflect on moments. And maybe I'll get the chat start doing that a little bit. Things.
Okay, well, since you're bringing that up, I'm going to totally interrupt you for two wags of the dog's tail.
Okay.
My favorite ship is the one that you have produced, sir. So
Mine too.
1701, no change.
Refit, right? Or both.
The original gangster. And it used to be the 1701D, because when the saucer section separated, it blew my mind when I was younger. But I would like to ask you your favorite ship.
You're looking at it.
Oh, good.
Now, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm in the original series first for everything. I love it the most. So therefore, I love the original series Constitution class. But I got to admit, the refit from the movies is my favorite spaceship of all spaceships, Star Trek or not.
Yeah.
I love this.
They're all beautiful. Well, no, they're not all beautiful. And certainly the post-05 filth is not. They're garbage. But yeah, I'm interested to hear what the chat has to say. And don't just pop your numbers. Please tell me why. I see your rocket Robin Hood and raise you a space angel.
Let's see, Katie. I haven't seen B5 or Stargate. From the looks of it, they seem intriguing. Yeah, I love B5. Katie, I've not really watched much of Stargate, a little bit, but they're big. There's a bit. All I can tell you is there's a big fandom there, so you never know. You might like it. I mean, I never watched.
SG1 is good. SG1 is good. After that,
you know, I never. You know, sometimes there's just things that pass us by. We don't watch it, and you just kind of scoff at it. You know, you look, I'm not going to watch it, and then you end up doing it later. Well, for 20 years, I turned my nose up at Farscape, and then earlier this year, I think I binged it on Amazon. And do I love it like Trek or something like that? No, but I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. Farscape was one. I turned my nose up at it. I said, it has Muppets in it, but it's a fun show. So there's the one if you want just kind of a fun science fiction adventure series with some, you know, really well done characters. I mean, my God, they write the Muppets very well. And if you can make Muppets good characters, that means you're doing a pretty good job writing. It's a fun, crazy, fun show, and it's got a big fan following. Just saying. Because we love Trek, and since we love things that try to, you know, oh, by the way, God, geez, another thing, watching Farscape, those writers are in love with Star Trek. They reference it, and I don't mean just like not like in a rip way. I flat out come out and talk about it. I mean, they love it. So, which is again,
Katie will definitely like Babylon 5. I managed to watch the first 3 episodes of Babylon 5, and I know she'll love Babylon 5. But I for sure know that she will be inspired and maybe even giddy like me when she watches SG1. But I do recommend, please, though, Katie, please watch the film first, because just the film is just the Stargate. It's
like
the
that
best
one?
way to start.
You like the movie?
I just like the whole product. I like everything about it. I like the ideas.
Gotcha.
I like having an Egyptologist. You know, I like the language parts of it. I absolutely love the gate. And prior to that, like I used to have to sit through MacGyver with my stepdad. I absolutely did not. Well, okay, well, I don't want to like totally say I hated MacGyver, but I wasn't really into it. But I was shocked by Richard Dean Anderson's performance. I actually began to like him because like he was this sarcastic, intelligent jerk. So I wound up loving the show, but only SG1. I didn't like anything after that.
There you go. Well, I only watched the first couple episodes of the show. I saw the movie back when it came out in the theaters, but I got you there. So, but again, even if I haven't seen something, I know if it has a big rabid following, I go, you got to respect that in there. And if you give it a shot, you might become part of that following.
Everybody likes the Jason Momoa one. I think it's called Atlantis. I tried to watch it and I actually started laughing hysterically. Like I realized that a lot of women just look at Jason Momoa and they're like, eye candy. For me, he's not my type. And I also find him just like another wooden spoon in a jar filled with wooden spoons. And, you know, it's like, yeah, I think he's a terrible actor. I can't like, you know, when you think something is so funny and you're just holding it in until you spit laugh and you just hope you don't have wine or beer in your mouth. That's how I feel when I'm watching Jason Momoa act. So when people are like, I love Atlantis, I'm like, no.
Raquel is right. Well, that's my motto, Rod.
I love you, Rod Thunderheart. Thank you.
She's always right. And I'm sticking to that too. Because let's see here. Oh, let's see where. Well, ma'am, I guess we got a bunch of it. I had to go back a little bit there. Think. Oh, trying to find out where we are now.
Mark C's comment at 36 minutes after the hour is like one of the best things I ever heard somebody say or print.
On my way. Let's see. I got to find it first. Let's haven't heard years, but then I bought. What did he buy? Let's see. Bought years, but then I bought Monk. Monk, if you're talking about the Monk show, that was a great show. Tony Shalhoub, I love that show. Yeah. If that's what he's talking about, maybe it's something different. I don't know. I'm trying to find the one you're talking about now. So I'm trying to cover everybody here.
Stargate and Escape from New York.
Well, I love Escape from New York. Who's talking Escape from New York? Where are we? Where?
36 minutes after the hour.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, 36, sorry. So many of these.
Such a great comment, Mark C.
What is Mark C getting into now? Let's see. Yeah. Stargate and Escape from New York proved to me that Kurt Russell should have been Nick Fury. Absolutely.
What a great comment.
And the cover of that comic we talked about, Mark. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, Kurt Russell. I'm sorry if I'm bursting anyone's bubble, but Kurt Russell is God. So there. Sorry. To me, he is. Well, for actors anyway. I mean, the guy's he's Snake Plissken. He's Jack Burton, and he's the fictional Wyatt Earp. I love the guy. He's even Santa Claus.
Recently, too, because he said, you know, like people like actors should just stick with acting. And a lot of people jumped all over him and said a whole bunch of nasty things. But if you looked at his actual comment, what he said is if you become so politically active that people have a difficult time immersing themselves in your storytelling or the characters that you try and create. Those weren't his exact words, but that was the gist of what he was saying. I thought it was actually a very thoughtful and intelligent thing to say because, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I don't like to talk politics because I think everybody talks politics. But I thought that was just very, very good of him to say because it's nice to leave our world of make-believe alone because I don't think that it's right to politically vote with the show you watch on TV. It's better to get out to the polls and do it for real because it shouldn't be television shouldn't a substitute for civic engagement. Civic engagement should be real, not a vanity metric. So for me, bravo to Kurt Russell for trying to hold up the curtains around make-believe so that it remains special for us.
Indeed. Well done. Gotta love that guy. He's even great as Santa Claus. I don't know if you saw that Christmas Chronicles, that first one anyway. It's a fun, silly, you know, family movie for Christmas.
Yeah.
It's on Netflix. God, he was hilarious. He was hilarious in that one. Yeah. And anyway, yeah, I should have said he also did great as Elvis. Mine is the TOS Enterprise. So RN likes the TOS Enterprise. Okay. Well, who doesn't? But the Defiant is a close second. Mm-hmm. The Mighty Turtle. Well, yeah, the Defiant's pretty cool. Well, listen, that's a great ship. God, you know what? I love all the ship designs of that they had in some of those early ones, and even some of the old ships. Except for, I guess I kind of like D. I'm kind of a weirdo that sort of likes E, but you know, a lot of people don't like that one. But it's smaller than D, or is it? I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. A lot of people don't like that one.
I thought it was, I think because I'm so into the philosophy of it, being an academic and stuff. For me, like I said, just the saucer separation and this idea that that this was a ship of exploration, and so you have this military, but military, the idea of military has now changed. Starfleet is now something completely different. So even the military now has advanced philosophically to the point where we can have hundreds of people on a ship, and if anything goes wrong, it's a life raft, and it comes apart. So for me, I think when I was looking at the more complex ideas behind the NCC 1701D, I found it intriguing philosophically because it said a lot about how we viewed even military conflict. So this is this idea that we're going to keep on searching for solutions, keep on using diplomacy, keep on compromising, and stoking those fires in space, rather than these fully militarized ships, right? So that's why the D creeps in for me. Is it's very, very intriguing, right? That whole idea
makes a lot of sense to me. By the way, oh, Steve Mitchum, my great old friend, thanks for being here, buddy. Good to see you. My old buddy Art Percy says, Mike, if you want to go to Canada, get up here and I'll drive you the rest of the way. We can party all the way, buddy. Might take you up on that one day, man. I need a good road trip.
You really should. And
I would love to. I would love to
come to where Rod Thunderheart and I live. So you should, because we're only just a stone's throw away from the place that Leonard Nimoy consecrated as a Star Trek ground, which is Vulcan, Alberta. So we could literally take you to the Vulcan, and we'll take you to the Star Trek Museum there. We'll take you to the giant Enterprise there. We'll show you around. And Canadians, we love doing this kind of stuff. And we could all meet for Volcon. If you wanted to come up for Volcon when this vid thing's done, we could all have a great time at Volcon. And of course, I'll be there as a Vulcan.
Nice. That would be wonderful. I'd love it. I need a trip. I never get to go anywhere. My good old buddy, Canadian Spider-Man, Enterprise D, is his favorite apparently because of the look, the curved Stingray like nacelle pylons, and the giant saucer, and the Defiant because it was guns and engines and could punch above its weight, and of course it was overpowered and almost shaken apart all the time because it was originally meant to fight the Borg, and it was just too powerful, but then they had to work on it and get it ready to fight the Dominion. So shout out to NX-01. Yes,
shout out to NX-01, a highly underrated ship, but the innards, the guts of the NX-01 are just fabulous because they're showing us that some thought went into how the tech would have actually looked, and compared to the vandalization that we saw through STD and through P-Hard, when we look at the NX-01, we're looking at this super cramped ship. I mean, Archer almost brains himself. That's a real Irish saying. That means to hit yourself in the head. But Archer almost brains himself every time he's in his own quarters. So Canadian Spider-Man, excellent comment. Yes, yes, yes. NX-01, shout out to it. It deserves honorable mention for keeping the IP in chronological order and making sure that it's being mindful of that. So, great comment, Canadian Spider-Man.
I love it. Absolutely. So Rod says, so Monk was never shown up there. Came watching Monk at the moment along. Yeah, that's a great show, man. I didn't know you all didn't get that up there. Let's see. Man, I got to get caught up here.
Oh, Art Percy says beer and Vulcans. Not only do we have like a Volcon here, and we have Vulcan, Alberta, which Leonard Nimoy came and blessed as his city. The entire city is Starfleet, just so you know, Vulcan. Our beer, though, I will warn you, you can not only can you drink Starfleet beer up here, because we have Vulcan beer, we have Vulcan ale, we have Klingon beer up here. We have an entire brewery up here that does a Star Trek beer. But I warn you now, you're drinking in Canada. So, you know, when you have like 6 Coors Light and you're okay in the United States, here you're going to have 2 beers and you're going to be on your posterior. So when you get up here and you go to Volcon and you're hanging out with me and Rod Thunderheart and Canadian Spider-Man, be careful of how much beer you drink.
Will you hate me if I tell you I don't drink?
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm not a heavy drinker
cool.
either. I'm like, I have a maximum of 2.5 beers maximum for me. And then I'm like, nah, I'm good. But yeah, no, I love Rod Thunderheart's comment underneath that. And that's something you definitely have to tell Americans. If you're going to drink the beer up here, don't die.
I've never actually had a drink in my life, but I'm waiting till if I luckily make it to 80, then I might try something.
Yeah.
Let's see. I had a nice model of the 107A.
Okay.
That worked for I worked for hours on, but it had it above a halogen light and the saucer melted. So now I have to turn it into a battle damaged version. Well, that's a good creative thing to do with it, sir.
Oh, that is a very creative thing to do.
Absolutely. Man, we get caught up here. Everyone, I hope you're all having fun, because I am certainly am. I just love talking Trek in any way there is to talk it. We love Star Trek. We're just making this a light, off the cuff, whatever happens conversation.
Yes,
Trek
so
vein, of course.
That's why we're not like giving you specifics, and we're like, yeah, you have to check that. No, you have to check that, because we're talking about literally 66 to 05, and we made a deal together that this was all just going to be about what was coming from our hearts, what inspired us, what made us feel good about Star Trek. And we weren't going to use any notes. This was just going to be like Mike and I talking the way we talk to somebody in line at a con. So, yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of a hanging out little
That's right.
Christmas. Oh, yeah. I think the D was the Titanic.
What a great comment!
It certainly was. It met an iceberg, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did.
Oh,
Iceberg,
crap.
right
Oh my God. Unsinkable. Boom. There we go.
ahead. Oh, great comment.
Let's see. Can you Google a photo of the refit NOx one model? All right.
Or you could Google one and send it to him on Twitter, and then we can put it up for you. Mark.
Yeah, I guess if you, I don't know if you could find one, Mark with AC, sorry. Let's see, Rod Thunderheart. I hate to drag back to the Rocket Robin, but that's okay. We're having fun here. Trek is so great. It's a kind host. But I see it was Futurama before Futurama was Futurama. I don't mind saying I'm proud of my fan writing and the reviews. Loved it. Well, I'm glad you're proud of it, so you should be as a fan, man. And because there is, fans do the best work because it's always coming from a place of love.
Thank you, Eric K. Love you. One of the great wrenches out there in the streaming community, Eric K. Yes. Thank you so much, Eric. We'll see you in a minute. Everybody in the chat, behave yourselves. Be very nice. Eric is on pause. He's going to go in and get us the requested visual.
Oh, man. Cool. Eric, that's cool, bud. You don't have to do that, but you're the man, dude.
And Katie, I love you. I love you. Yes, my favorite ship is definitely the original gangster, NCC 1701, not the refit. And I also am partial to the NCC 1701D because I'm intrigued by the sort of demilitarized military idea. So you have this exploration vehicle or exploration ship, and you can separate the saucer section. So if you missed that, you might have been on a bathroom break. But yeah, just to make sure that I answer your question, sweetheart, that's my answer.
Okay. Oh, I must have. When did she ask that? I must have missed it.
At 45 minutes past the hour.
Oh, okay. There we go. What is Raquel's favorite? Okay, I got you. Well, I'm going to take a stab at Katie's favorite chip. I'm going to take a stab at it now, Katie. But if I get it wrong, 12 lashes with a wet noodle, right? Let's see here.
We all know her favorite show.
All right.
But
Katie.
it would be like you would need to ask Katie in what edition, because what type of tech had been added or stripped away. That would be a great question for Katie.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. With that, yes. But I mean, just in general, what if it's not what we think it is? What if Katie's.
Don't spoil it. Let her do it. Let her put it to the chat. Katie, put it in the chat.
What if it's the Reliant Miranda class ship? No, we know it. Yeah, you know. I mean, it's the oh man, I can't remember that one with the 3 nacelles there. Maybe it's the Dreadnought. Remember the Dreadnought from the old blueprints? Man.
Oh, Rod Thunderheart, at 51 minutes past the hour. Clobberin Times, I just tweeted you. I can't DM you. Gave you the link.
Oh, you did? Let me see. Why can't you DM me? I mean,
says link to refit. It is the bottom one.
Let's see here. We got a message. Anyone could DM me that I know. As far as I know, let's see. Said you could DM me on Twitter if that's what you mean. I'm afraid I don't understand, sir. Before I just don't understand, sir. If you could be more clear, my good chap, and please don't hurt me. Let's see. The Bozeman. The Bozeman. I'm trying to remember what class the Bozeman was. I remember the ship, of course, because Kelsey Grammer was the captain.
Mm-hmm.
In a weird, fun episode, Future Imperfect. What the hell? No, maybe not that one. What was that done up? Yeah. Anyway,
you know something that we haven't talked about tonight that
we got plenty.
Light the chat up with is we were talking. So I talked about how much I love the science, diversity, and inclusion. The focus on solutions, the hopeful future for our planet, like physically and politically, like all the way around. But we didn't really touch on the fan communities and cosplay. And so in bringing that forward as an idea, because of course everyone here knows that I cosplay, can I ask the chat what you have in your trunks at home? So in your awesome Star Trek tickle trunks of what you're going to wear to a con, what do you have? What do you have? What edition? Which uniform? Which department? What do you have at home? Do any of you cosplay? Yes, but don't tell me what's in your trunks. Otherwise, Steve Mitchum, because
I knew he was going to say that.
No, I don't want to know what's in your trunks. Otherwise, because that's a dangerous question. So keep it in your pants. But what do you want to cosplay? I mean, I know that there are even some people who want to cosplay Rathacon film era uniforms, and they're so cost prohibitive. Me, I have the full idea, and I would love to have the full uniform as well. But if we could get into that a little bit, if anybody wants to talk about that, we don't have to talk about that. We can keep talking about keep that as a side idea. But what's your dream cosplay, and what is keeping you from doing it? Is it the lack of talent, sewing machine, money? You want to make it right, pattern? What's your favorite cosplay? What do you have, or what do you want? Like, what's your dream?
Well, looks like our buddy Arlen Feliciano has a DS9 outfit, Command.
Oh, beautiful. Do you have any pictures of that, Mr.
Wow,
Feliciano?
Man. Yeah.
If you could please share a picture with us of that, Mr. Feliciano, I would absolutely love that. I would love to see you in your DS9 outfit, and hopefully Sandra is at your side.
Here we go. Let's see. I think we have there's that picture that Mark with a C wanted us to see. Let me pull it up. See ya. Come on, man. What is it? It's on the way, man. He wanted us to see a picture of the NX01
Yes, that's
Well,
a
that
partnership.
that didn't take me. It just took me to a message board of sorts, sir.
Aw.
I don't see it here. I don't see it, brother. I am dumb, but I did follow the link.
Mark with the C at 55 minutes past the hour. I have a red shirt, phaser, and tricorder. So from when?
Oh, let's see here.
I cosplayed Superman back in junior high.
Right. Let's see. I was looking at the other things. I'm missing all these chats. Go fast for us. This never happened to me here.
Okay. I'm one of those people that, like I said, I have a bit of a background in radio, so I'm always thinking about the listeners. So I'm always like scanning all the comments.
I stand under even. I cosplayed as 7 of 9. Not me, Katie, by the way.
Yeah.
Last year for Halloween, felt very confident and proud as such a character, and so you should, Katie. That is wonderful because I know what that character means to you, and that's fantastic. Absolutely love it. Let's see what some of the others are saying here.
Katie would have the perfect posture for that costume as well. She would just you know, imagine Katie, a beautiful young ballerina in that lovely 7 of 9 costume. One day you're going to have to share those photographs with me, Katie, or reshare them on Twitter so that I can see them. But that sounds great.
Absolutely. But yes, my buddy Steve Mitchum, he cosplays. He doesn't, I don't, not a Star Trek one, but he cosplays Thor and other Captain America and other things because he's blonde. So he says his choices are limited. Well, all I know, buddy, is the ladies sure like you when you go walk around as Thor. They go nuts for him. He can be try to be shy all he wants. They do.
I love Art Percy. I cosplay TOS Captain, Wrath of Khan Captain, TNG Captain, and Ghostbusters.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
I try whenever I'm at a con, I always try to do mixed poses. So I'll walk up to like some of the Marvel people and some of the DC people and some of the like Stargate people and some of the Star Trek people and some of the Star Wars people. And like I try and do like a live action shot. So I have a few of them from over the years. They're quite hysterical, especially like when the anime people jump in. So
nice.
It's a ton of fun, but that's something that I always love to do at a con is just step out onto the floor and just pretend like it's live action, like you're LARPing, and you know that it's like mixed IP, and it makes for some pretty funny photos.
Nice. Mark, let's see. One of my all-time favorite toys was a Star Trek communicator walkie-talkies from the 70s. Still have them. Still have them. I had those. Nice. Let's see. I'll have to go to my attic and get the pictures. Maybe next chat. He said maybe the next chat or something. We'd like to see him.
Please do that because you know what? You're a big part of this community. You wrench for Doomcock. You work so hard. And, you know, I think people would like to learn about your fandom a little bit as well. You're a bit of a star for us too, Mr. Feliciano. So I'd love to see your con pictures. And if you're willing to share them with us, you know, that would just be so amazing. Sorry to cut you off, Mike. Sorry.
No problem at all. By the way, R.N. Feliciano, of course, is an author, as is of course my good friend Raquel here. Please, I don't have the link. If you can get the link, R.N., you are wrenched. Please put the link to your book, All's Fair. And I know you got the other one coming out, the next one coming out. Please put that link in there. Raquel's link, by the way, to her stuff is in the description below, everyone. And of course, along with a bunch of other great YouTubers, friends, channels, if you got to check all those out as well. And anyone who has not subscribed, hey, I don't like to ask for subscribers, but please do anyway.
Yes. Oh, no, for sure. Please do. Let's keep this channel pumping and make sure that that we keep this conversation going and that it's always lively. And we can't do that without you. So if you like and you sub and you hit your notification bells, if you forget, you'll get a reminder and we can have fun and do this again because each and every single person in this chat is important. You're a vital part of this channel and the discussion.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you so much. And yes, please, everyone, check out Raquel's writing and the Ganoli's channels. And again, RN, please put that link in there. All right, Thunderheart, man. He built a RoboCop costume back in high school, man. Oh man, Handley won the costume contest. That's fantastic, man. God, RoboCop, love it. One of my favorite films. I want to. Well, a buddy of mine together won a costume contest once in Dallas Fantasy Fair, 1986. I was Rorschach from those who have seen Watchmen. Yeah, so yep. And I know for a fact I was the first person on the planet to cosplay Rorschach.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know for a fact.
Rob Thunderheart, could you please marquee his comment from 59 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, on my way. Man, I've never had a chat move this fast before. This is new stuff here. It doesn't happen, man.
Okay, so Rob Thunderheart says, really, Raquel, I was in radio. My brother went to Mel Stevens' school who taught Bob Layton. He told my brother radio is dying. Everything my brother learned, you don't hear or see on television too. Rod Thunderheart, you should know that I am a 630 Ched alumnus. So Bob Layton taught me broadcast radio. He was my boss for a time when I was a field reporter for 630 Ched News. And Eileen Bell, Miss Eileen Bell was the legendary, I hate to use the word legend because legend means that it didn't actually happen, but she is a legend. She happened, but she has such a great reputation, a towering reputation here, a woman who is just brilliant. The great Eileen Bell was not only my broadcast news instructor, but she was also my mentor. And I just love her to pieces. And so you should know, or you probably heard, Rod Thunderheart, Bob Layton is retiring from the chorus. So if you happen to be on Twitter, please drop him a tweet and let him know how he's impacted your life. He's a great and wonderful guy. He is a titan in Canadian radio, and he is a figure in Alberta radio. So he will be sorely missed, and we thank him for his service to this province and to his country, and we adore him.
Wow. So I don't know what that name has a pretty decent sized significance for comic book geeks. So when you said Bob Layton, my name, I don't know the gentleman you're speaking of, but
no, not the same guy.
No, yeah, he's a great legendary to us anyway, comic book artist and inker. Probably not as well known as the one you're talking about, but so when you said Bob Layton, I go, wow, cool, Bob Layton, he's a cool dude. I've met him, and then different one. There you go.
Felicianos are leaving, and I don't want to allow them to go to sleep without saying goodnight. So, Mr. Feliciano, Mrs. Feliciano, thank you so much for doing us the honor of being here tonight and for sharing your wonderful comments and your memories and just your fantastic personalities. The Felicianos are just a great part of the whole streaming community, and it was such a pleasure to have you here this evening.
Absolutely. Felicianos, thank you so much for popping in and hanging out with us tonight. I really appreciate it. You're amazing, and of course, you gotta come back on soon, man. Because I'm gonna try to get it together. We're gonna talk some. Well, obviously, we're gonna talk about your books and stuff like that whenever you have those, of course. But we need to talk about Fantastic Four and Legion of Superheroes because I promised you, and I need to keep that promise, man. Because I'm looking for because I love talking about that stuff. So, and Lord Thoth, by the way, you're not off the hook either, brother. You can come talk some Legion with me soon, man. That's just and Blake 7. So, I hope if you're still there, buddy. This is the pick that our buddy Mark with a C had asked us about that refit in XO. Have you seen that before? I think I've seen it before.
That's eye candy. These are some really beautiful. Isn't it just aren't these renderings just amazing? I know some people draw them, and I know some people do them on computer. It's just it's just unbelievable to me, this level of talent. I just love it so much. Not only to just conceptualize this stuff, but to bring it to life to us like this, in this way. It's a feast for the eyes. It's just absolutely beautiful. So hail to all of the artists who do this manually and digitally.
Yes.
You guys are great. And
Yes.
thank you, Raquel, for being on the podcast. I always appreciate you. Oh, I love you, Katie. Thank you so much. It's so great to have you. I hope you're staying. And if you need to leave or go to sleep, I know we've been on for 2 hours now. If you're leaving, please let us know so that we could give you a shout out and send you off to bed. But you're just a fantastic person, and thank you so much for your beautiful comments and for just being a great Star Trek fan. I think it's so important. I mean, Katie, you're younger than my daughter, and you're my friend because of Star Trek. And you are always adding this love and positivity and just this light to the fandom. And you do this with all of the generations of Star Trek. And one of the reasons why you stand out to me is you're somebody I know Leonard Nimoy would have loved. I know that you're somebody that Gene Roddenberry would have loved. You're the next generation who's going to pick up this torch and run this Star Trek Olympics and just keep the memory of this great and wonderful IP going, this wonderful storytelling. And you're a big part of that, because people are gathering around your positivity, your amazing attitude, and just how you are watching all of this Star Trek and discovering it the same way we did when it first came out. So I doff my cap to you, young lady. You are just poised, beautiful, smart, funny, and you know I love ballet, so you're a goddess to me.
And thank you so much, Katie, for being here tonight. We appreciate that. We love you here because we know you love Star Trek, and that's what we were about tonight, why we love Star Trek. And if anyone says they didn't ask that question, we did a couple of times, and we still say it, and we've answered it, but it would take 10 years to answer all the questions for give all the reasons why. But that's you, Katie, all you wonderful people in the chat tonight, and so many other reasons are why we love Star Trek, because it leads to so much. It created so much, including an extraordinary fandom that reaches out to each other, that enjoys talking about it, and all the zillions of aspects there are to Star Trek. It stimulates our imaginations. It makes us dream. It makes us wonder, and it has a wonderful friendship message. It's also another thing I always love about Star Trek, and that wonderful friendship message, well, rubs off on us. It means something to all of us, and we a lot of us approach our daily lives in a lot of the same ways that the fictional but wonderful people in the Star Trek universe behave, and it is special to us. Friendship is special, and friendship is crucial in Star Trek.
It is. I'll never forget my very first only Star Trek convention. I walked through the door. I was very loud. I was raised in a band, so I grew up in a band, so I'm pretty loud. And I just walked through the door and I yelled, "My people!" And of course, everyone turned around and everyone was smiling, and everybody was giving me the live long and prosper, and I was responding peace and long life, and everyone was smiling and having a good time. But yeah, it's something special when you're around your people. Raquel,
Yep.
Yes.
Very, very nicely said, Katie.
Yes,
And,
Katie. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. Message of hope, and a message of community, a message of solutions and diplomacy and compromise and intelligence and science and just diversity, inclusion. And all of that together creates hope. And so, great. Terrific stuff.
Absolutely. I think everybody, Lord Thoth had to run. Oh, I'll talk to him again. He's a good dude. I think he did. They said someone said goodnight to him.
Oh,
It's
good.
tough. I apologize anytime we miss anything in the chat there because it's tough for me to catch them all, everyone. I never know how anyone does it when you're just in a chat watching a stream. Like when it's one of the big ones like Doomcock, you must have super fast eyes or something, or you just, I mean, it does take forever to see all that. If you sit there, I see people having like conversations and things. I'm like, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
It's, man. So, and mine's nothing like that one. But,
That's why I lurk. That's why it's like, Raquel.
yeah, I lurk.
Lurks.
I lurk a little bit. I
You
do.
try to type something out and it will come out completely backwards. You're trying to type so fast and
Oh my God,
you
yeah.
have to use the @ symbol and get everybody's handles right, and then it just
Oh.
turns into a mess.
And then you think, oh man, someone may have said hi to me and I missed it. Oh, I don't want to be mean. It's not like I'm avoiding them. Oh, problems.
Is that your Christmas tree in the back?
No, I just found it online. I wish. I only have one enterprise ornament, but they do some crazy ornaments.
I heard that it's really expensive. It's not anything I ever got into because, as
Yes.
everyone knows, I'm a cosplayer. So for me, it's like the holy grail is like as close to prop as I can get. So I have my nose buried in that book, the book of I need the realistic props, right?
Right.
So I've never collected the Christmas ornaments. And my daughter was like, "We're doing a full tree." And I was like, "What?" And my husband's like, "It's really expensive." So we'll see. But that's a collection unto itself. You know, there are branches on a Christmas tree. Well, there are branches to collecting in Star Trek. And the ornaments, wow. I don't know if anybody in the chat has the ornaments, but they're a whole other world. It's like collecting Hot Wheels or something. Like it's its
ridiculous.
own entity, right?
Yeah. I've got some friends who have some of them. They're just, I mean, they are, like you said, they can be expensive. My buddy Mark with the C says, I just got the Mirror Universe Enterprise ornament. Wow. Plays the great quote from Spock to encouraging him. From Kirk to Spock, sorry, encouraging him to start the revolution. In every revolution, there's one man with a vision. I love that speech. That's my favorite episode of all of them, by the way, Mark. That 30 seconds has a more important message. Sorry. Than all the new Trek. There's new Trek?
No,
When did that happen?
what are you talking about? There is not.
Yeah. You get damn smart, Alex. You know what I mean. I know what you mean, buddy.
Get off my lawn. No, I'm kidding.
Rod, I know what you mean, Clobberin. In 2005, I was part of a chat room Bruce Willis started.
Oh, no way.
He carried it on for a year and logged on occasionally, even during movies he was filming. Man, how could the same shit happen to the same guy twice? One of my favorite Willis quotes.
Yeah, Rod Thunderheart. You know that Clobberin Times, Mike's channel, he has been around forever. Doomcock used to watch him before when he was on another service. And so he had to be dragged kicking and screaming over to YouTube. And now he says he's kicking himself because he wishes he would have been here a long time ago. So he's a very established channel. It's little known in the community, but yeah, he had a channel that was so good. One night I heard Doomcock say that he wanted Mike to move all of his content from his previous podcasting service over to YouTube so that people could enjoy it. That's how much Doomcock loved Mike's old channel. So yeah, Mike has been doing this podcasting thing for a long time. He definitely knows what he's doing. And one of the reasons why he and I became friends is I was just struck by his expertise. It's just so wonderful to have experts, bona fide experts on YouTube. If you want to talk about things, I think you should actually know a little bit about what you're talking about. So whenever I'm looking for information on comics, and I'm just starting to get into comics now, I actually never used to be into comics. And I'm learning a lot, and I'm having a heck of a good time.
You were too kind.
Oh, your chats are so much fun. Everyone is so friendly and kind, and people are teaching me so much. I'm just learning so much. Mark with the C, Mark C, Zathras, just tons of people that are always in Clobberin Times' chat that just know so much about comics.
Well, we love comics here, and we love. But this channel actually started. It was Blog Talk Radio. By the way, Doomcock was nice enough to be on my guest on my show back in January of 19, and he's just been a real good buddy to me ever since. And I love that man. But I started in 09. Well, because of that, I guess my love of that thing we're talking about tonight, Star Trek, because I started it because I wanted a place to voice my opposition and utter disgust to the Jar Jar Abrams 09 filthy reboot. And after having fought about it for like over a year before that on a thing called Trek Space. And so that's how Clobberin Time on Blog Talk Radio got started. It's still there. It's kind of an obsolete platform now. It's not visual at all. It's just you live stream for a couple of hours, and then you could if you go a little beyond that, if you pay the certain price, they record what you do, then they stick it into an archive. But 700 something episodes, that'd be a lot of moving over to YouTube.
We have so many good comments coming in. We've got Canadian Spider-Man. I want the John McLean jumping from the Nakatomi Tower Christmas tree topper. And then we've got Mark with the C. I have around 30 Trek ornaments. I regret not buying the first one of the Enterprise. Way too expensive now, but I was in college when I saw it in the store. Then, Eric.
Yes.
Eric, one of the sweetest people that you're ever going to meet, although don't mess with him because he's like a professional wrench. He says, I'm neither friendly nor kind. That is a total lie. He's hysterical,
man.
Sweet, and such a thoughtful person, and also knowledgeable, and also incredibly helpful. So if you ever stop by Clobberin Times and you need to know anything, and you just want to be a part of the stream, Eric will be here, and he takes excellent care of the chat.
Eric is, by the way, Eric, don't worry. I promise I won't call you sweet. We'll only let Raquel get away with that.
Yeah, only women. I don't think that Eric would like it. No, I don't think that would work.
He is the man. Eric's the man. Well, you are too kind, Rod Thunderheart. I appreciate that, man. You're too kind to say that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Bruce, that's true. Let's see.
Bruce can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, see, true. Yes, true. I have first Hallmark. Whoa, Zathras.
Wow.
Man.
Are you serious?
Dude, or that stuff from like the 90s or something, wasn't it?
Wow. That is
nice.
Gold.
Nice, man.
That
nice.
is gold. I love to hear that.
Yeah. Again, it's just, and see, that's something that means so much. It's another reason why all this, fake direct crap, they don't sell any of it. I'm not reducing everything to money, mind you, but it is a pretty good indicator of popularity, and they can't give away. They don't even make much money.
It's not only that. The thing is that, like, as a cosplayer, I often tell people, that the word cosplay is a portmanteau that comes from, like, I think 1984. So tonight we're working without notes, so I can't give you direct information, guys. This is just off the top of my head, so you're gonna have to check it. But I think it's from 1984, and it's a Japanese term. But prior to that, you need to remember that at the Tricon World Science Convention, or Tricon World Science Fair, I can't remember which one it is, in 1966, Gene Roddenberry was there showing people pictures from his vision for Star Trek. And I think the first purely Star Trek convention, it wasn't science, but it was a Star Trek convention, was in 1972. So when you start talking about merchandise, you're talking about this idea of cosplay, this Japanese word, but it's also like LARPing, right? This live action recreation play or whatever the acronym. And so the thing is that there are so many people in Gen X who are attached to the merchandise. And Mike's 100% correct. It's not about the monetary value of it per se, and it's not about collecting junk or the monetary value of these things. It's the fact that so much of it is being leveraged in the fan communities, in the cosplay, in these interactions that we've been doing. It was the Star Trek fans who first came and said, we want to dress up like this. We want to recreate this beautiful world. And we need to be able to buy the merchandise in order to do that. So we want to fill our lives with these objects. But a lot of these objects, the Star Trek fans are using in this LARPing fashion, this live action recreation of this reality. So sometimes we use the word cosplay and we're thinking, oh, the 1980s, we're thinking of Japanese anime and stuff like that. But turn it all the way back to, I think the first cosplay was in 1932. You'd have to look that up. But yeah, but it was the Star Trek fans who popularized it. So we love this stuff because we want to show up to the con with a proper phase pistol. We want to show up to the con with a proper tricorder. And we need to know whether or not it's the science one or the geology one. And we don't want any messing around. And we want to make sure that our deltas are correct. And we want to make sure that the line on the zipper is right. And so the merchandise aspect of Star Trek is a vital part of our community. It's like our lifeblood. It's how we communicate. And so when you see a breakdown in merchandise, when people no longer want to buy the merchandise, they don't want to associate themselves with the merchandise, they're not interested in the merchandise, you're also seeing a hit to the fan community, to the cosplay, to that LARPing aspect of who we are as fans. And we have created a multi-million-dollar industry in these conventions and in these LARPing experiences and in these Star Trek conventions and these Star Trek experiences. If you've ever been to a Star Trek experience, you know how wonderful it is to show up fully dressed, ready to immerse yourself, and then you walk out or you walk into the Star Trek experience and it's all around you, and it's magnificent. So I totally agree with Mike. You're not just collecting junk. These aren't just toys. This is something totally different and unique to Star Trek. And I see now that it's actually also spilling over into Star Wars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. How many people had the technology to dress up as a stormtrooper in 1979 or 1980 or 1981? I mean, you got people with 3D printers now. You got people having classes where you can pour molds and you can make this and that and the other. So, it's just Star Trek is so unique, and the merchandise is just so vital to our fan community. So yeah, they're not selling merch because you're seeing a breakdown in the communication between the IP and the fandom. The fan communities do not accept the new filth.
Absolutely. And I'm getting why does the echo come back every now and then? It's weird. I don't know. It's maybe StreamYards. Maybe
I have my headphones in.
It stopped. I think it stopped again.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know. I never could figure out what happens. But yeah, again, that's basically kind of what I'm saying when it comes to Trek or other fandoms that have been destroyed, and that's pretty much all of them have. All the biggies have, the beloved one that before it got completely destroyed, enjoyed a thriving merchandise business, if you will, as and now they don't even bother to make any much Trek stuff. They make very little based on the filthy in-name only garbage that they make now, because they know nobody wants it.
Yep.
It's pretty simple stuff. Nobody cares.
But wasn't
Nobody
it
watches your
Chicago
crap.
was saying that the OG stuff, like our TOS stuff, is still selling pretty well? Like there's
Yes.
a little
Yes.
market of it on eBay, so the people are pumping up the prices, and it's selling well there. And people who are where it's still available, like what's that one company? Is it Playmates?
Yes, they used to make the Trek
Playmates?
figures, starting with the Next Generation figures. They did something else.
Yeah, I think Playmates is still like there is still a lot of Playmates out in the fan sphere that's up for grabs. I know I'm seeing it, right? So, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was Doomcock, but he was saying that our merch is still rocking.
I had a friend who went to the first Star Trek con. Wow. He had some memorabilia that he saved. Unfortunately, he passed away. And a few years ago, he put it in his will to engrave the Trek logo on his tombstone.
Like Star Trek or the Delta?
Good question. The Delta Shield or the word Star Trek? Probably the Delta Shield. I don't know, but
I
you never
hope
know.
that CBS doesn't find out about that.
Yeah, those jerks.
Yeah,
That's
they would do something like make them remove it, like when they made that kid. Didn't a wonderful
with Spider-Man kid. Oh, it was
Yeah.
horrible.
Isn't that awful?
Horrific. Did they get? I think didn't Disney finally get shamed into cutting it out, leaving
I
that?
don't know, but just like how morally and ethically bankrupt do you have to be to do something like that? So yeah,
Pathetic.
it's interesting.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Does anyone else wonder? This is one for you. Like, I mean, if Star Trek would have been as iconic if the series went on with Jeffrey Hunter, Rachel Barrett as first officer, etc. Interesting.
I think it would have. I think it definitely would have been, Steve. I definitely think it would have been as successful. I think it would have had the same trajectory as far as the fans and stuff liking it. And interestingly enough, I think it would have actually even been stronger, because when we're looking at Magel, we're looking at a first officer. So this is when women weren't even allowed in the military. You're looking at sex before marriage. You're looking at all of these ideas that are being brought forward, including completely non-binary people in the pilot, in the cage, the original gangster. But sadly, I would just like to say that I think, I shouldn't say this, but maybe it's possible that Jeffrey Hunter wouldn't have died, because of course he had that terrible accident, and his wife didn't want him in a science fiction series, and she certainly didn't want him on Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he kept on. He didn't wind up being quite as famous as she thought he was going to wind up being. And of course, he had that accident on set, and then I think he hit his head again, or he slipped or something, and he already had bleeding on the brain or something, and he died, basically doing those westerns. So whenever, like, I don't like to say that kind of stuff on air. Like, I don't like to talk about that kind of stuff because I find it disrespectful and hurtful. Mm-hmm. But tonight we're just talking off the cuff, and we promised we were going to talk to each other the way that we would talk to each other at a convention. And so for me, when I think about the legacy of Jeffrey Hunter, I think about, and the legacy of the cage, I think about what could have been for Jeffrey Hunter, but that's just like my own little private feeling. Like and that's just because I really love Jeffrey Hunter, and I think it's really sad that he died. I also think it would have been triumphant for all of womankind to have Magel Barrett be a first officer, and I loved the way that that they characterized her. I love it when Jeffrey Hunter turns to her and he says, "Not you, number one. I don't mean you. You don't count." Because he thought of her as a complete equal, and that they even referred to her as a computer. So this was not only just a woman who they felt was equal to a man, but in some ways more brilliant than them scientifically. And so this is just something that is just monumentous for 1966. So I'm sad when I think of how beautiful The Cage is. I believe The Cage is a work of art, and I genuinely feel sad that somebody as beautiful as Jeffrey Hunter died so tragically, making westerns and making movies that he loved, and that he belongs to us, but we lost him. So it's quite sad, and I welcome your comment, and I think that's a beautiful comment, especially to bring up something that I consider a work of art.
I don't have much of an answer to it. All I can do is speculate because I love so much how it turned out. I personally don't know. I don't know. I just love it so much the way it is. However, I do believe that it's at least a definite possibility that it would be just as popular because of how, as many have said here, how good the writing is, and how good Jeffrey Hunter was a fine actor, and Majel, and like you just talked about, the character of number one is great. And so they would have gone, obviously, they would have showed, yes, certainly would have been a little different. You still would have had Nimoy, though.
Yeah.
So it would have been different, sure. But would it be as popular? I don't know. I think it's possible, but it definitely would be still a very good show and a great show. So, but yeah, would it be the icon it is? I don't know. I think it's very possible, but we'll never. There may be a parallel universe somewhere where that is being played out.
Yeah.
And if I ever find it, I'm going to bring it and do a show about it.
Delta Shield, Mark with the C says Delta Shield.
Yes.
Well, that's wonderful, and I'm glad nobody interfered with it.
I collect Reg Barkley and Chief O'Brien figures. Are there that many of them? That's pretty cool. I like that, Zathras. I love Barkley. Our wonderful friend Katie says, do either of us have any memorabilia from TOS era or Trek in general that they're proud of? What do you have? Give us a.
I have an office filled with things to the point where I have made promises to my family that when the collection exceeds the office, I'll stop. Probably, Katie, probably the thing that means the most to me.
Damn.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm definitely gonna say my tricorder. I'm definitely going to see my tricorder. And I'm really, really happy to have it. And yeah, and it's like a prop remake. So it works. And I love it. And it's the science one, not the medical one. So yeah, I love it. It's great.
Nice. I can't say I have much anymore. I mean, I have a lot of books, a lot of comics, a lot of toys and stuff. But I don't know if I have anything that's as far as a piece of memorabilia. Other than, again, a lot of my. I guess one that sort of is pretty important to me though. I have the original. Well, the original published, not the original fan put together. BJO Trimble Star Trek Coordinates, the one with the wheel on the cover. I still have that.
Oh,
that's a treasured treasure of mine. And this original Star Trek technical manual. That's big for me.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
I have a few of the Star Trek Mego dolls still.
I just love the feeling of knowing that when you walk in, it's a museum. And I know that sounds really bad.
I love it.
That's how I feel.
Beautiful.
Like I love being able to say, okay, this is from this and this is from this. And another thing, Katie, that means the world to me is my photographs with Leonard Nimoy when he did his photography here in Canada. I had the honor and the pleasure of meeting him at the con, and then my family paid for one-on-one VIP with him, and it was just absolutely, I was just over the moon. And it's one of the most wonderful memories of my life because he was my childhood hero. He was my hero. growing up. I love Nichelle Nichols, and I love DeForest Kelly. I love McCoy. Those are my two stand-up characters. But Leonard Nimoy was a god to me when I was young.
Absolutely. Fantastic. I don't see Jeffrey Hunter having the chemistry with anyone other than to the degree that Shatner and Nimitz, I think he's just kidding Nimitz, but he means Nimoy, of course, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, it certainly would have taken a while. It takes a while to establish that. So I think it's possible he could have, but it's tough to see anyone having that kind of chemistry. So,
True,
but like he says, you never know.
It's true, but at the same time, Shatner stirred up a lot of caca on the set and made a lot of enemies and was quite cruel to many of his castmates. And it's unfortunate. There were deep divides and it's like a blood feud, the Hatfields and the McCoys. And it was, so Shatner wasn't just, sowing love and daisies. So,
No, he's just talking about the characters.
He had his share of controversies. And a word to the chemistry. What I love is one time I actually read in in Gene Roddenberry's own words, he said that when Leonard Nimoy walked over to the flowers in the cage and they were glistening and singing, and when he stopped them, that Leonard Nimoy looked up at Jeffrey Hunter and he smiled. And I loved Gene Roddenberry's comment because it put that smile to bed for me forever. Gene actually said that Leonard Nimoy smiled because he was nervous. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Okay. Nervous. So I guess when you're filming a pilot and all around you, everything is strange and new and different and wonderful. It wasn't really, everyone was kind of unsure about this devil character, this thing with these devil ears and what way they were going to go, Of course, there's all of the legends of whether or not he even had a stomach, if he was going to eat, things like that. But for me, what really sealed the deal was when Gene Roddenberry himself said, he came to talk to me afterwards and he smiled because he was very nervous. And I just, that was great because that sewed it up for me, right?
Absolutely. Well, oh man. Absolutely. But yeah, the chemistry between the characters, whatever went on the set, the chemistry was fantastic and unparalleled by just about any show ever.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll have to chat with you about a parallel universes soon. I do love me parallel universes. I try to visit as many as I can. I recommend them. Let's see. And DeForest Kelly was perfect. But look, I've often said, look, absolutely, Steve. Obviously, I love Kirk. Obviously, I love Spock. Obviously, I love McCoy, and I love Scotty.
Yeah.
But Kirk, Spock, McCoy are in some ways the Trinity. There, I mean, I say it all the time. You got to have the three of them. They are the key. They are everything about original Trek that makes it work.
Yeah.
You break off one, and it just doesn't. You lose too much. So you got to have the three of them there. I mean, I love. By the way, Scotty is a wonderful character as well. But you got to have that Trinity. Obviously, there was only one episode I can even think of. But for some reason, McCoy. I don't know why DeForest Kelly was not in Errand of Mercy, which is a wonderful episode. But for the most part, it's always, it's that big three there.
Well, and Gene has said in one way or another on several occasions using different words that and phrasing it differently, but that McCoy was meant to represent Kirk's humanity, his compassion, and his heart, and Leonard Nimoy's character Spock was supposed to be his brain, him trying to divorce himself from his feelings and think as logically as possible. So when people use that word Trinity, I just think it's just the perfect word to use to describe that, because it really was that that was the intention therein, from a humanist who was an agnostic, who eventually, I believe, turned into a raging atheist. But yes, that was the intention, was this trinity, these three characters that created everything that the audience could ever want or feel or
Yeah.
think in their heart.
Nice one, Mark with a C, by the way. My favorite memorabilia was signed tickets and Starlog Mag. Wow, by Nimoy when he got to meet them at the world premiere of Wrath of Khan. Jesus, man! Wow,
Dropping bombs on the chat.
damn, dude, I hate you in a
That's
nice way, of course.
What a great share. Thank you so much, Mark with the C. That's a great share. See,
That's a great one, buddy.
Yeah, it's a great share.
Let's see. Did you, Raquel? Did you see Futurama's "The Where No Fan Has Gone Before" episode?
No, I've never watched Futurama.
I used to watch. Are you talking about the one where they all met when they all did the voices except for obviously Duhan, unfortunately already passed, and obviously Kelly. Are you talking about that one, Rod? The one where they had the crew? Well, just let me know which one it is, because I think that's what he was talking about. Let's see. Where are we? No. I'm trying to get caught up here, everyone. Let's see. Shatner. Right. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Unless you see anything you want to speak to, there's so much of it. But yeah, Starlog. Well, dude, yeah, as you can see, I like putting these pictures of Starlog up. This magazine was it in the 80s, man. This is, you wanted science fiction media news.
Yeah.
It was that monthly trip to the Walden's books or the B. Dalton bookstores. I don't know what they had up your way, but you go to the mall, to the bookstore. Remember going to bookstores and malls?
Yeah, not anywhere near the availability that you had, my friend.
Oh, really?
Spider-Man and Rod Thunderheart, they can definitely back me up on that, especially back then. It's just, yeah, the Archie Digest. You're getting lots of Archie Digest.
Oh God, yeah. Was it a couple of weeks back? My buddy was showing a bunch of that stuff, and I noticed you saw some of those crazy things he was showing us. He has all those books, and he has those. Let's see here. The lovely Katie says, "Well, it's getting quite late here, and I'm going to have to pop out for the night. Thank you both for such a great evening. Oh, thank you for being here.
Yeah. Just you are a beautiful person, and I just enjoy your company so much, and it was so great to have you here. And would you please remember, as long as you feel comfortable with it, would you please share your 7 of 9 cosplay on Twitter? You can send it to me through private DMs if you want, but I'd love to see it because I bet you did an amazing job. So yeah, I'd absolutely love to see that if you're willing to share, but no pressure. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. Good night, Katie.
Katie, you were fantastic. We appreciate you being here so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening. We're going to be doing a lot of Trek Talk on the Saturdays. I always hope you will pop in whenever you can. And I hope you and yours have a wonderful Merry Christmas.
Yes.
And Happy New Year.
I'll talk to you before then. And I hope you have your...
Sure.
I hope you got your Christmas card. Your Christmas card is on the way. Love you, love you, love you. Mwah, mwah.
She's awesome. What an awesome person Katie is. She's amazing. And again, that love that she has for Voyager, it's inspiring to me because it really is so genuine. It's from the heart. And she's just again, I don't know her, obviously never met her personally, but you see from the things she writes and stuff, what a sweetheart and what a really just wonderful person. So that's
It'll
great.
be people like Katie and my daughter that will bring forth all the old, beautiful, special Star Trek that created this wonderful community, that created this magnificent IP. It'll be these young, articulate ladies who are aware of this stuff and have learned it like it was a book. These are young, talented, brilliant women, and they're the next generation of us. And so to have them be a part of our community and to bridge the distance of age that dramatically and just have such a great time with these young women and these young men who are coming into our fandom and wanting to know from the beginning what it's all about. Wow. You know, we should feel so honored to have their attention and for them to even care a lick of spit what we have to say. These are exceptional young people, and we ought to be very grateful for them.
Absolutely, and we are again, because this is kind of like what you said. There are times when I've wondered, not wondered so much, but I rarely run into people or encounter people that Katie's age, basic age group or whatever, that love Trek, real deal Trek.
Yes,
They exist. No one's saying that. No one's saying that they don't, but you just sometimes for a while ago, man, people say stuff like only old people like Trek, or the real Trek and stuff like that, because no one watches that new garbage anyway. The ratings are terrible anyway. A few zealots and a few people loyal to a brand, I guess. A few black-pilled people, whatever you want to call them. But no, there are a lot of people, probably more than we could even guess, that are closer to Katie's age group, that grew up loving it because they had parents that loved it and love it as much as we do. They're out there, and we need them to carry that torch.
Yeah, I think Katie has hundreds of followers. She might even have over 1,000. I think it's just so great that she's a leader, and she's a smart and wonderful person. So, and when I think about the comments that Leonard Nimoy made before he died about, wanting Star Trek to endure, wanting this magic to endure, it's going to be in these young people who have taken the time to realize this special IP and what it has to offer humanity, and that it's more than just entertainment. It's a community, and it's a message, and it's a positive one, filled with hope.
Absolutely, and they are the hope. They are the hope. It was a fundraiser. I guess he's referring to his tickets. He got a ticket, and his Wrath of Khan thing he was talking about earlier, for our Catholic school. Paramount's Gary Nardino. Oh wow, his Nardino's niece was a classmate. Well, that's damn cool, man. Wow,
that's great. Oh, I love all these stories.
That's incredible.
Isn't it insane that we have YouTube and that we can all talk like this?
It is.
When we were younger, we would have never even have met. We couldn't even dream of even meeting one.
Oh, absolutely.
Like this is just great.
Absolutely. Another reason why I love Star Trek, because it inspired so many people to move us along. It inspired technological advancement. It was about that. And now we live in a world where, exactly right, people living we have people on the other side of the world. I mean, I don't know if we have any in the house at the moment, but obviously someone from the other side of the planet could be watching us right now.
Yeah, for sure. Rod Thunderheart says, "Oh my God, every Star Trek fan must see Futurama, season 4, episode 12, where no man has gone before."
I have seen that one.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but I will tell you why, Rod. And it's because I've always worried about people trying to mock it. So I've never had anyone vet it for me before. But if you assure me that it will not offend me, because I can, I'm very difficult to offend. I'm not like, I'm offended. I'm not that person. But I will tell you this, it's really easy to insult me when it comes to Star Trek. Do you know what I mean? When people are like, "Oh, that's campy," or something like that, I will lose my shit. I'm just terrible for that. I will open up a can of whoop butt. But yeah, I will give it a watch since you vetted it for me. And Rod, to answer your other question in the chat, you can find me on Twitter. I use my real name.
I can't remember enough about that one. I remember laughing at the time, but how it would affect you or not, I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen it. See, I mean, I love the Saturday Night Live parody with John Belushi. I love that one. But in some parodies are great.
He was such a sloppy captain.
I loved it. That was great. And that was respectful. They loved Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Bunch of nerds.
And the one that Shatner did when he was on there, not when he was insulting the fans, but the one he did with the restaurant enterprise, that was funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah,
but
it's just great. This is all great stuff. You know, it's so funny too, because Americans, you have such easy access to this stuff, whereas Canadians, you know, we haven't had as easy access to it. So
Yeah.
you know, like the Burn books, or book that Mark C found, and he wants to share it with me because he wants to share that part of the fandom with me, because he's teaching me, well, you and Mark are teaching me about comics. And the thing is that it was so crazy. One night we interacted on one of your shows, and then Mark went with me on Twitter, and we were looking at things, and then he realized together with me that in order for me to get a book that would cost you like $20 or $30, it would cost me closer to $300. So there's huge sticker shock.
Oh
It's
my
just not so
goodness.
easy. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Anyway, he's gonna find a way to
Oh
get that
my
book to me,
goodness.
and I'm gonna pay for the shipping. But he actually bought the book for me because he's such a sweet.
Yes, he told me.
And so,
I
and
appreciate it.
only because he wants me to see this part of the fandom, because I have not seen this part of the fandom before, and mostly because I'm Canadian and I'm in an area of Canada where none of this stuff is available.
Don't let him fool you. He's a monster. Mark, see if you're here, bro. You know I love you, buddy. By the way, another old friend there, Christopher Crockett. Yo, brother.
Welcome.
Glad to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing all right, buddy. We gotta hang soon, man. Let's see here. Well, yeah, again, that Futurama, I can't really remember it, to be honest, but I know it was funny. So, but if I ever get a chance to check it out, if you want, I'll pre-screen it for you. Make sure it's not like. I mean, it does. Futurama, of course, is by Matt Groening, you know, of The Simpsons, and it has an acerbic wit to it.
I never liked The Simpsons. I never got into it.
Me either, really.
And I don't really like I don't like Seth MacFarlane's work either. I think it's all like junk, but I absolutely love his jazz music. I love his affinity for jazz and orchestration. I love following him on Instagram because he actually reads. He's a reader, and he reads a lot of science books, and he makes a lot of recommendations, which I enjoy. I'm currently reading Flatland because of him. I haven't had time to finish it because of this whole Christmas thing. And I, of course, am in love with the Orville. But other than that, just the whole appeal of the bodily function humor, there's
Same
no
here
for me. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, I can't. I'm one of those that can't stand Ren and Snippy for that reason. Although a lot of people love it, I don't. Look, the whole gross humor. It's not like again, like you said, not offended by it. I just don't get into it. It's just like not my bag.
I can't belly laugh at something like that. I just can't. It just doesn't. It doesn't my funny bone. It doesn't. It doesn't. Engage me. I can't do it, and I don't mean that in an insultive way. It's just I just can't do it.
Just ain't your bag. That's all it is to it. I mean, I love the Three Stooges, so I'm pretty simplistic, but they're not like doing gross stuff. They're just, I mean, the sound, the ridiculous sounds effects when they hit each other.
Yeah.
Makes me laugh. And Curly, I'm sorry, I love those guys. But yeah, the gross out humor, it never did it for me.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. When Spock makes fun of McCoy and tells him that he has a predilection for the irrelevant, that's when I do the ugly laugh that starts off like a witch cackle, where I'm like, then that's my kind of humor.
One of my favorite Star Trek exchanges. Spock, you haven't changed a bit. You're still as warm and sociable as ever. or have you, Doctor, as your continued predilection for irrelevancy demonstrates?
Yes, it's just it's hysterical.
Yes, and that actually brings up. Well, before that, you mentioned the Orville. So our love of Star Trek, it wouldn't be fair not to at least give a little bit of a nod to the Orville, because it's the only thing carrying the Star Trek flame, and probably the only thing that ever will, again, as far as a TV show or a show that you can watch on television. I know it's not on a network now, and I want it back right now. I love the Orville. I know it took some people. I was kind of hooked from the beginning, but I know a lot of people who've tried the first couple couldn't get into it, and some have gone back and give it a better look and have seen how, have caught on to it. Others think it's just too jokey or whatever. I don't agree, but I think I mean, I even love a lot of the first season, but it just got better and better and better. The first season has some brilliant episodes.
Well, that's no accident because, of course, like Seth MacFarlane has been like a huge Trekkie like forever.
Yes, absolutely.
He's not, as far as I know, he's not a Trekker. He's a Trekkie. So, like, he's original gangster Star Trek person. And from what I heard at the time, is that at the time of TNG, he was ready and raring to be a part of it and basically begged to be a part of either TNG or DS9 or Voyager. I forget which one. And they swatted him down. They just look like, no, you're not the right kind of writer for us, and you're not going to work out. And they sort of offered him, and this is just the rumor that I heard at the time. That's when he was offered the appeasement of appearing as an extra on Enterprise, and it's so funny if all of that is true about the story of this man's relationship with Star Trek IP, because wow, he is so worthy of what has fallen in his lap, because he took this parody and he's turned it into a fantastic homage that is reignited the conversation between the IP and the fans. So we see this vandalization with this STD filth and P-hard filth, and we see the breakdown of that communication, and then we see the restoration of that communication in Orville. And if all of those rumors are about his relationship with the IP are true, what a vindication! There are so many homages to the Great Bird of the Galaxy as a person, as a writer in the Orville, that it is undeniably a wonderful, wonderful show. I cannot say enough about it because of what's unfolding on screen. I think it's great.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Good night, Steve Mitchum, my friend. Cardinal Sin, thanks for popping in, buddy. Great to see you. I'm glad you're here. Zathras, by the way, I actually love Beavis and Butthead. That show is not really a gross out. It's a very clever show making fun of really ridiculously stupid kids in a clever way. Mike Judge is a genius, in my opinion. But he's a lot like McFarlane. McFarlane never was into his. I never got into Family Guy, but I love him on the Orville. But yes, where was I? Yes, Seth MacFarlane was on a couple of episodes of Enterprise in the fourth season. That is absolutely true, sir. Yes, indeed. Because he's just a Trek fan, and they said, "You want to be?"
The point is, though, Eric, is that from what I heard in the very tight knit Star Trek community in the way back, is that as far back as TNG, he wanted to be involved and basically got swatted down. And if that's true, wow, how has this man emerged triumphant in his connection with the entire fandom, because he's vindicated the entire IP. He's reestablished the relationship between the IP and the fandom. And so, wow.
Absolutely.
Well, Mark, to see Orville moved away from comedy after the first episodes, and it got much better. But you know what, Mark? I actually think, and this is just speculation on my part, but I actually think that was done on purpose to create a social difference that was marked enough that the popular attitude would be that it was a parody. And I think that's because of the piss poor attitude of CBS, and the fact that there is a danger for a super fan, a super Trekkie like Seth MacFarlane, to do a parody, because somebody might come knocking on your door and say, you owe us money or you can't do this anymore. And I sort of think now that it's established itself as its own thing,
Yeah.
that there is less danger of that. And now we're starting to see these incredibly moving, meaty, and weighty and serious episodes that just have these sprinkles of humor. But I love this comment, Mark with the C. This is such a great comment.
Yeah.
My daughter and I were talking about it last week. And yeah, we were talking about that delicate relationship that people have approaching the Star Trek IP because of all of the money grubbing ridiculousness surrounding it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's let's see, by the way, I think they did. I don't know if it got entirely away from they keep some of the humor and they've retained some of that, but you're right. It moved away from a bit and it had more meaty character driven stories this year, but there were a couple episodes last year that I love even more. I mean, there are a couple of them like they're high concept, but they were just extraordinary, including what was the social media episode.
Yeah.
Well,
how about a girl? About a girl
Without a Girl
season, and that's an entire conversation with humanity about the 200 million missing women and girls. That's about the it's a girl project, and that's incredible. Like that's United Nations is up in arms about the 200 million missing women and girls worldwide, and he just opened up a can of whoop butt and just put it all out on the table. And what was incredible about it is that he was not didactic. He did not moralize. He did not decide for us. He gave us the evidence exactly like Gene would have done. He didn't polarize or alienate anyone. He gave the evidence for people to decide for themselves and create. And in so doing, he created a cerebral dialogue that could be pulled away from the product and put on the kitchen table or put in the living room over a glass of hot chocolate, and people can actually talk about this and deal with this serious societal issues. So in that way, he's just honoring Gene Roddenberry over and over and over again with such poise and dignity, and he is effing fearless. Some of the episodes he's taken on have just been, the subject matter is just mind-blowingly serious, and yet so approachable, and he is facilitating cerebral conversations that can move and shake society in positive ways. He's creating civic engagement. He's creating dialogue. He's creating enlightened witness, this societal change, and it's just awesome.
Love it. I mean, absolutely love it. Mando, good to see you, buddy. I absolutely love what he's doing, and it's Star Trek.
It is Star Trek. That's going to be the next tile we put up with the 6 tiles, because it almost belongs up there. I love what Cardinal Sin put it 1 minute after the hour. Cardinal Sin, it's so nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in. I love his comment. They should have sold Star Trek to Seth when he met with CBS in earnest and not just pissed him off. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah. That is the best way to say it. That's exactly what they should have done.
Rod Thunderheart, Doomcock turned me on to the Orville. I love it too, man. Hail Doomcock. He's the man. Yeah. Hey, way to go, Doomcock. Yeah. It's just wonderful. I mean, I was one of those, because you talked about how you weren't really into his animation and stuff like that. I knew a lot of people that liked Family Guy and stuff like that. Personally, it was not my thing. I didn't like it much. I was no fan of the guy, not in any way. And when I watched the first one, I thought, okay, it's gonna be, it has a lot of humor in it. It has some sophomore humor in it, but funny, by the way. But it has D jokes, but it was still pretty good. I mean, the first one's, it still grabs you, and you kind of going, this is interesting. They talk like us. They kind of, they make 21st century humor, but it's the 25th century, and yet I like these characters, and yet it's funny, and yet it's a strange thing. I guess I'm not sure whether it's a comedy or a science fiction. It's both. Now, before that, by the way, the only time I've ever seen a show that brilliantly combined science fiction with, in this case, uproarious British humor is, of course, a great show called Red Dwarf. And it's amazing. It's a wonderful show. But generally, and of course, well, Douglas Adams also did it with his Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, his radio show and his TV show. But for the most part, people usually keep the two, forms of entertainment separate, science fiction and comedy. Yeah. And it's an interesting mix, but it's not the kind of thing that usually seems to work that well. He did it when it does, I mean, you've got the Orville and you've got Red Dwarf and you got Hitchhikers, but for the most part, it's the kind of thing that's really tricky to pull off. But he got his show, and I guess because there's that really, really serious gap that he filled a big void.
He did.
With it, and I think that's why a lot of people were willing to go along and say, "Okay, you guys, your characters kind of talk funny, and they're, but this feels like Star Trek. Let's see what happens." A lot of people went in maybe with a bit of trepidation, and he won. He won most people. I've heard people say they just can't get into it because they think it's too jokey or whatever. They say that.
I think that was the right approach, though, because, like I said, it was very important to differentiate the IPs so that he didn't get himself into trouble. And
yes,
I would like to put forward that this might actually be his most brilliant approach to humor, because I think everyone in the fandom who felt disgruntled, it came from a place of mocking. So we were in the mood for that kind of humor. We were just in the mood for that mocking style of humor. So when Gordo comes around the bend and Isaac severed his leg off in his sleep, we were in the mood for that kind of humor. I think we just were, because we were just so sick and tired of this STD filth and this pee hard crap, and we couldn't put up with it anymore. And the only way to express ourselves was through memes. And so the Orville gave us that outlet, that positive outlet, that the place where we could say, yeah, do it like this, just do it like this. And so I think it was great for the mood, and I'm glad that it's taken a turn where it's more serious, because I think if it would have stayed jocular, I would have quit the building. I wouldn't have been able to do it. It's just not for me.
Even from the beginning, though, there was enough cleverness to keep me interested. There's not a lot, and I really like the characters, but man, it's undeniable that they've done some hilarious things on the show too.
Yeah, we were just we were in the mood for we were in the mood to mock technology. We're in the mood to mock ourselves. My only regret is that we didn't get to have that while we were suffering with the vid, because man, could we have used season after season after season of the Orville to binge to our heart's content while being locked up in these four insufferable walls. And yeah, I just want more. Bring it on. I want some more. I need it.
I can't wait. Yeah. And we're going to have to wait. What are we going to be another? Oh my God. Who knows how long? They went back into production. Didn't they stop again or something?
They did. Yeah, they did.
Oh, and, torture.
It is torture, because, the thing is that a lot of us are running out of things to watch. I just recently found a classic movie called Beyond the Stars.
Beyond the Stars.
And it is a science fiction. I think it's Beyond the Stars. It's a science fiction movie from 1980, bang on. And it stars the fellow from the Waltons with the birthmark.
A Battle Beyond the Stars?
A Battle Beyond the Stars.
That's one of my favorite movies.
I watched it for the first time because I'm Canadian. And so that has never been available in Canada before.
Really?
Not even on beta. not even on VHS. There's no way you could have got it at a Blockbuster, and there's definitely no way you could have got it at the Red Rooster, because Red Rooster would not keep a tiny title like that. So basically, this is the first time this movie's ever been available in Canada.
I love it.
So this is where we're at now. But what's really great for Canadians is if you have Amazon Prime, you're finally reaching beyond the CanCon. You're reaching beyond all the stuff that's being blocked from us, and some of it's starting to leak in. So Battle Beyond the Stars is where I'm at now. I'm searching around for stuff like that. And if you're not familiar with the film, it's from 1980. It is a cornucopia of every single B, C, and D rated actor from Hollywood during the late 70s and early 1980s. It's hysterical. Everything is a nod to the Bible, Greek mythology, or women's reproductive organs. Hysterical. I just absolutely loved every second of it. It was absurd. It was wonderful. It was everything. And what's really cool is it shares the same audio files as the original Star Trek. If you listen carefully, the audio files that they use for what was it? I think it was the doors opening and the doors closing.
Yes.
And well, there are a few sounds that are shared, but just Battle Beyond the Stars, such a good. Oh,
I can't believe you saw that. Look, that movie. First of all, it's basically the Seven Samurai and the science fiction. Now, in other words, the way is one of my all-time favorite films, Magnificent Seven, was actually a Western remake of Seven Samurai by Akira Kurosawa. This was the science fiction take on it by Roger Corman. Actually, James Cameron in his early days worked on a lot of the effects. In 1980, when this thing came out in the theater, I'd already seen Empire Strikes Back about 15-something times, and Flash Gordon about a bazillion times. But I went to see Battle Beyond the Stars so many damn times.
yeah.
I love it so much.
Can you believe how many stars are in that show? Like everywhere you go, it's like you're throwing a rock and you hit a star. And I was laughing hysterically. I just thought it was just so beautiful and perfect. I started yelling in my family room, I'm going to cause a nester. I'm going to cause a nester. So that's my next one. I'm going to cause a nester for sure. Like the eye from Greece right on my forehead, which is, the evil eye from Greece. But so my next cause, I'm getting a whole bunch of white body nylons, and I'm going to be a nester.
I love nester.
So much fun. That is
I love nester.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you had Robert Vaughn. You had George Papard.
Yeah.
Jeff Corey, who was from Star Trek a couple times, the Cloud Minders. You had
yes. He's in there too.
John Saxon.
Yes.
Roger Corman took that's not only that soundtrack by James Horner, which was really good. He also reused those effects for 4 different movies after that.
Yeah. That's crazy. Listen, Mark with the C has a comment at 11 minutes past the hour. He says, sounds like Cork needs to open a trading post in Canada so you can get stuff. Yes.
I mean, I can't believe. How did you find Battle Beyond the Stars? Did someone just tell you about it? What was the deal?
Oh no, I look for science fiction. And the thing is that the algorithms know me so well. I think I have like cerebral period pieces is one of my titles.
Okay.
Then underneath it's like science fiction. Then underneath that, I think it says classic science fiction. So like the algorithms know me. So under every single algorithm I have with these streaming services, I think it just has 4 letters. NERD.
I love it. I can't believe you can. Just a few weeks back, Mark C and I were doing our show that was sort of about guilty pleasure movies or different things like that. And I guess since that's considered a B movie, that was one of the ones I talked about. Battle Beyond the Stars. I have it on Blu-ray. I love it. I love it.
Like it's a masterpiece. When you see like like the one ship, it looks entirely like female reproductive organs. I felt like I was in my sex ed class from grade 5. Just, and the mixture between the Bible and the Greek mythology, like it's just so much fun. Like it's just so much fun. And the biggest, like I have to say it again, guys, if you've not watched that movie, you need to watch that movie because you will fall in love with nesters. They are the most hysterical species. Just
We always carry a spare.
yeah, we always carry
Oh my God! And yes, John Boy is the
yeah.
the
John
lead.
Boy and his birthmark star in the movie.
Right.
We're not sure who the headliner is. We think it's the birthmark.
Oh my God, Sybil Danning. Fellas, Sybil Danning's in it. If you're an '80s boy, you know that you know her. The Valkyrie lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all loved her. Oh God.
I like that she had a costume change where she went from like looking like something off of Purple Valkyrie's show where she was very, like Viking or She-Ra, Princess of Power or something like that. So she went from that to looking like she walked off of the set of like an S&M porn movie. The cat suit that's all cut up with the sleeves in between. Oh, so awesome. That is just classic B science fiction. And you can watch it again and again, and it just makes you feel so happy. I could just sit there with chips and dip and a tall glass of Pepsi and just watch that over and over again.
I need to go back and watch it again now. It's been a while. I'm going to pull that out and watch it again. I love it.
Treat yourself. You want to raise your spirits? I also absolutely love the looseness of the gunnery, like of the gun device on all of the ships. Like there's like you would murder so many millions of people. You would probably destroy a planet if your gun was that loose. They're just shaking all over the place. Like those leaves in the cage that Spock walks over to, and they're all singing and moving. That's what the controls for the guns on the ship. That's what they're like.
Yes,
they're shaking all over. Yeah, I loved it.
I love Space Cowboy. I love the fact that they even named the people of that planet, the planet Akira, after Akira Kurosawa, who made Seven Samurai. A lot of homages in there. It was really clever. That movie gets picked on too much. It's really clever and it's funny. Yes, it's a low budget, but
Oh, this is not like you're not laughing at it. You're laughing with it. It is a ludicrously delightful movie, and you have to watch it.
I cannot wait to watch it again now. It's been a while to watch. I watched one of my favorites, Tron, recently. Have you ever seen Tron?
Oh, what are you kidding? I saw Tron in the theater like 3 times.
Oh, me too. The same summer I was going back to see Wrath the Con a million times. I went to see Tron almost as many times. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's another one of those visual ones that I have to explain to people because people are like, that's not good. And it's like TMP when I try to explain to people what that technology meant to us, what it meant for us, and how it looked. Do you know what I mean? For us. So yeah, Tron is one for me where it's just wow, just absolutely beautiful.
I love it so much, and I was just so disappointed in that terrible sequel, Tron Legacy. But a lot of people like it. Not me. I just picked up the Blu-ray of Tron the other day, fairly cheap, and watched it for the first time in a long time again, and just sit there and felt like it was 1982 again.
You know what I need to rewatch?
What?
The Last Starfighter. I have not watched.
Oh
that
yeah.
Forever. I need to watch that. I haven't watched that in a long time.
That's a fun one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a fun film. I mean, there was Robert Preston. He was pretty cool in it. Yeah, he was cool.
So any other suggestions, my American friends, of obscure science fiction? It can be A or B science fiction. Listen, I'm a hard science fiction person.
Mm-hmm.
I actually read science fiction. So anyone out there in the chat, if you're thinking, oh no, that's too cheesy, it's a B-rated movie, don't. Still suggest it to me because I love that stuff. Mark with a C. Enemy Mine,
Yes.
I have probably seen at least 15 times. It
There
is
you go.
amazing.
Love
It is
it.
an amazing, amazing movie. And it has inspired at least 5 episodes of Star Trek. And I've talked about that on this show like so many times that make a fool out of myself if I talk about it again. But Enemy Mine is a gem. What is
Did you?
this? Ice Pirates.
That's a comedy, Phil. Robert Urich is in that. I saw that in the theater. Ice Pirates. A lot of people like it. It's kind of funny. It's just kind of a goofy comedy thing. But yeah, and it's a. Oh, by the way, speaking of Enemy Mine, it's almost like. What was it? Wolfgang Peterson directed it. I know it was based on a book, but there was actually an episode. I'm a huge fan of the original Battlestar Galactica from 1978, but not so much Galactica 1980.
Mm-hmm.
However, there was one great episode of Galactica 1980 called The Return of Starbuck.
Mm-hmm.
And that episode is Enemy Mine, but it was done years before the film. I'm not saying Enemy Mine ripped it because it is from a book.
Mm-hmm.
But Enemy Mine.
It's 84, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody in the chat, just so you know, tonight we made a deal with each other that we wouldn't have any notes and we wouldn't Google. So this is all just off the top of our head because we wanted to recreate the specialness that we feel when we get together to talk about Star Trek at a con or talk about science fiction.
Yeah.
So I think Enemy Mine is 84, isn't it?
Yes, it's 84. Oh yeah, I remember going to the theater.
I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that's a good one.
You know what's weird about that film to me? It's like, I mean, I love it, but if you watch that film, and of course, Lou Gossett is terrific, by the way. It's weird. It becomes, I hope I'm not spoiling anybody. The movie's 30-something years old, everyone. But after the scene where Dawich, as he called him, Dennis Quaid character gets picked up by his own people and brought back to the space station.
Yeah.
And then wants to go back and save Namizis. I forget his name. It turns into Indiana Jones all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It goes from a fairly, certainly a very, low key kind of, other than the beginning as a space battle. At the end, he has to go rescue him, and it just kind of, he becomes Indiana Jones for a few minutes. And that, I'm not knocking the film for that, but it was kind of a weird turn when he goes back to rescue him. But then you have that really lovely ending on when he's on the planet of the Drax.
Yeah.
And you go, wow, and you would love to see more. On the other hand, leave it alone. Don't ever mess with it again.
Yeah, I love it. It's not a perfect movie, though. You are dead to right on that.
I do love it.
Spaceballs, of course, I saw Spaceballs. Guys said I was a real science fiction person. You got to give me stuff I haven't heard of.
Well, I know you've
Ice Pirates, I've never heard of because I'm Canadian.
Okay.
Also, I have not seen the original Solaris. I have not seen the original. Starman, Christopher Crockett. That's a great movie. I love Starman. I thought Starman was really good. What are your thoughts on Starman?
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that on a date in 1985. There was a TV series, by the way, later. Didn't last long. But yeah, the movie. Well, yeah, I mean, it was Kevin Bridges and Karen Allen. Great. I mean, Jeff Bridges. Sorry. Well, I'm going to assume that you've seen Forbidden Planet, of course.
Forbidden Planet?
You've seen Forbidden Planet, haven't you?
No, I have not. And I hope it's available in Canada.
You're going to make me cry. I'm going to be crying now.
Do you have any idea how much this stuff costs? Ask Rob Thunderheart. Listen, I love my friend Tom Connors Jr. And I think that he's an absolute sweetheart. And he asked me to be on Mead with him, and I had a great time. I love that guy. I think he's a total sweetheart. He suggested something to me one time, and I went and looked for it, and it was like $20 or something.
Right.
And then I went to go and check out.
Oh shit!
Amazon, and with the import fees and the delivery fees and the exchange, I think it was $125 and the item started at $20. So it's like, it sucks. Because, you could say to Rod Thunderheart or Canadian Spider-Man, hey, have you seen this? And we could be like, no, man, we're in Canada. That's either blocked or it's so cost prohibitive to buy. I can't do it, right? So
Goodness.
I have to wait for this stuff, right? Battle Beyond the Stars just became available up here. Like,
Wow.
it just became available up here. And only because I have Amazon Prime.
Wow. Well, Forbidden Planet is Star Trek 10 years before Star Trek.
I will look for it.
It is a masterpiece. It is probably my top 2 or 3 all-time favorite science fiction films.
Yeah.
You familiar with Robbie the Robot?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's what the first film he was in. It's Forbidden Planet is basically, like I said, it's basically Star Trek. Leslie Nielsen, Walter Pidgeon.
Yeah.
I envy you so much if you ever get to see that beautiful, wonderful movie. Basically, it's a science fiction version of Shakespeare's The Tempest.
Oh, wow.
And it is 1956.
Wow.
And the only reason it didn't win Best Special Effects, that was the first year for the category, is because the 10 Commandments won it.
You know how bad it is up here?
No.
You know Planet Earth?
As in the TV show?
Yeah.
So the pilot?
We're talking Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, the pilot. Oh, yes. The
Okay.
second pilot.
Now, not a lot of people know what Planet Earth is. If you think it's Planet Earth, they think it's a David Attenborough show or some crap.
Oh.
And we're talking real Planet Earth. Do you want to know how I watched that? I believe I paid to watch it on YouTube, and somebody had used a handheld camera, to record it on a TV that was playing it on a VHS tape that had bad tracking. If I did not do that, I would not have been able to watch Planet Earth. And if anybody knows of a copy of Planet Earth that is around that isn't ridiculously expensive, I want you to know I am a ridiculous, moronically extreme fan of Planet Earth.
You want Genesis 2 also?
Oh my God, yes, please.
I'm on it, and and since there'll be CD burn copies, I need to write down. You can help me remember now. I don't know, but it can't be that horrible to ship to you because I can send them but we'll find out. But obviously, Genesis 2 was before that, and Planet Earth. And would you like the Quester tapes while we're at it?
Yes, please.
On it. You got to help me remember those Roddenberry pilots. I love the Quester tapes.
Yes, and it would be so nice to watch it, actually watch it, and not watch somebody watching it on VHS on YouTube.
Well, I didn't be able to find Spectre for you.
Really?
That was the other. I think I have a copy of it. I have a copy of Spectre somewhere. A buddy of mine made me copies of all of those. I mean, he burned me some copies. Eventually, they put some of those out. Whoever owned those, they put them out on DVD, but they're limited or whatever. But I have a friend that has all of them, of course. Yeah. And I've been a while since I watched those, but yes, you got them. I'm on it. Just help me remember. And
I absolutely love it. There's also another show that I just absolutely love. It's a film, and it's about quantum theory, and it's called Mind Walk. And I've also never been able to get that in Canada. If anyone knows about Freak Jack, what is his last name? It's I have to get to the guy's last name for you. He's a famous systems theorist, but I have streamer brain right now and I can't think of it. But there's this wonderful film called Mind Walk, and it gets into quantum theory, and it is just absolutely one of my favorite movies of all time, and I can't get it here in Canada either.
Wow.
And Mark with a C at 28 minutes after the hour says, is Canada on another planet? And I would just like to say, we have a whole bunch of laws up here about Canadian content. So there has to be a certain amount of Canadian content. When you add that to the import fees, and you add that to the exchange rate between the American dollar and the Canadian dollar, and then you add the shipping, it becomes insane. And also, I do have to admit that I like a lot of stuff that not a lot of Canadians or even Americans are interested in. When I say Planet Earth, everybody always thinks that I'm talking about David Attenborough Animal Show. And and nobody has any idea what I'm talking about when I talk about Mind Walk. They're like, "What's Mind Walk?" I think his last name is Capra. Like I said, I have a stupid stream brain right now.
It'll come back to you.
Fabulous movie on quantum theory. And whenever my students talk to me about quantum theory or ask me about quantum theory, I make them watch Mind Walk so that they can understand what quantum get the basics of how to grapple with the thoughts of quantum theory and how it takes shape in the real world. So highly recommend Mind Walk.
Nice.
But I've only ever seen it somebody on YouTube with a camera videotaping their television set with it playing on a VHS.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Eric, I'm sure you've seen The Time Machine. George Powell's The Time Machine.
Yes.
How about Fantastic Voyage?
Also an incredible book.
Great. Absolutely. I love that. And Eric K., I do love Fantastic Voyage. Have you seen that? That's great too.
Yeah. Eric, great suggestions.
Yeah. Fantastic Voyage is bad. I haven't seen them in a long time. Yeah. Have you ever seen Time After Time with Malcolm McDowell and David Warner, directed by Nicholas Meyer, actually?
Oh, that sounds very familiar.
I love that film. Malcolm McDowell plays H.G. Wells, who has built his own time machine, and it is stolen by Jack the Ripper and taken to 1979 San Francisco, where the two, where he chases Jack the Ripper in 1979 San Francisco.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. And I'm an H.G. Wells fiend. I collect H.G. Wells books, and I especially love anything with footnotes. Like I love it when there are the academic copies that offer you information. And so I love H.G. Wells. So I actually think that I saw that, but that's a little bit old. I think that came out in the 90s, right?
Yeah, 79 actually. Yeah,
79. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think I saw that on something we have here called Super Channel. But
oh, cool.
But Super Channel's gone. It doesn't exist anymore because Canada sucks for entertainment. Time After Time is a classic.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. Well, of course, have you ever heard of Buckaroo Banzai? Of course, that's a weird one now, but I do love it.
Yes.
I'm a huge fan. 1984, Blue Blazer regular, Buckaroo Banzais. Oh my God, I love that movie. I'm sure you've seen 2001.
Yeah.
But did you ever see 2010, the second film?
No, I'm not.
You know what? Obviously, you can't. It's tough how you make a sequel to something like 2001. It's just, it's not fair almost.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like 2010. I don't know if everyone else likes that one, but that from like 84, I believe it was.
I will definitely.
That's a pretty good film. I thought, again, it's not the same type. Yeah, I imagine something like that's fairly, fairly available, I would say. Well, you never know. You never know. I was trying to think of some other, which you got me wondering. And there's so many science fiction films.
Well, people think it's absurd that we don't have Babylon 5.
I never. Yeah, well, I don't think it's so much absurd. I'm just surprised. I mean, it's obviously it's not as popular as Star Trek. It had a big run in the 90s. I mean, maybe I don't know if it ever ran there. You're saying, or just not right now? It's not big.
Oh, I don't remember it ever being available here ever. Like I've always had the Sci-Fi Network. I had the Sci-Fi Network before it was the Sci-Fi Network. It had some other name. I have been a science fiction chronic since I was like maybe like science fiction. So I'm chronic, but it's just the availability up here. It's not good.
Well, we're here to help.
Sometimes it's due to the fact that there's just no market for it. Sometimes it's not that it's being blocked. It's just sometimes there's just no market for it. But what Rod Thunderheart said is true. if you have a percentage of Canadian content you have to have on air, one of the first things that's going to happen is those secondary movies are just going to get chopped right off. So unless it's a blockbuster, they don't want it. And then the rest they're going to infill with CanCon, Canadian content, right? So yeah, so it just creates an entire ecosystem where getting a hold of especially obscure science fiction is incredibly difficult and cost prohibitive.
Gotcha. Well, I understand that. What about what? Oh, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea with Kirk Douglas. There's a classic. Yeah.
Also a great book.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kirk Douglas is not in the book though.
Yeah, no, he's not. Jules
Yeah.
Verne is absolutely incredible.
I love him. You know, a lot of it. I love 20,000 Leagues, the book and the films. But you know what? Not so the books, but actually film of his I like the most. Believe it or not, it's unpopular, Eric, but it's Master of the World with Vincent Price and Charles Bronson. I love that movie.
Really?
God, it's based on his two books, Robert the Conqueror and Master of the World. I wonder if any of these guys have seen it. But, you know, Vincent Price was fantastic. This was early 60s, I believe.
Yeah, very cool.
Great movie. I'm trying to think what are some other ones that, you know, throw some out there, Jess. I mean, yes, it's still a Star Trek discussion because we love Star Trek so much that we love other science fiction.
We're in like 20 minutes. We will have been on for 4 hours.
Oh my, I'm sorry.
And now we're totally talking about science fiction books or films. We're hilarious. I love you guys.
Well, we're just here to have fun, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
So it's called a chill stream, as the kids say. The cool kids say that. I don't know who they are because I never met them, but I know they say that. Or I'm making it up. Maybe how would I know what the cool kids say? I've never met any.
Yeah.
So,
You don't know the cool kids. Neither do I. It's okay.
Well, we are the cool kids, folks, because we love Star Trek. So there.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't like it, you can go Mr. Klutzman and Goldsman and who's that idiot Shaban. You can go screw if you don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's very. Was it? They did a. I'm trying to think. Well, I know what I'm asking. These are classics. You've heard of them. Have you ever watched the original Planet of the Apes films?
Oh, of course.
There you go. Love them, especially the first one. I'm an apophile. You know what's you don't hear a lot of people talk about though? Obviously, I love the first film. Second one has its faults. Third one's really good. Fourth is interesting with faults, and 5 is garbage. But did you ever see the short-lived Planet of the Apes TV series from the mid-70s?
Yes.
And I love that show.
I watched that on TV here in Canada.
Underrated.
Wildly underrated.
Roddy McDowell's brilliant.
It is manna from heaven. Planet of the Apes is just the entire franchise. The entire idea of it is just awesome. I absolutely love Planet of the Apes.
They used to call us.
And there was a Planet of the Apes cartoon. I totally watched that too, Art Percy.
They used to call us apophiles. Just the cartoon. By the way, Art Percy, the cartoon was created by Doug Wildey, who created Johnny Quest. And by the way, the cartoon, The Planet of the Apes, was not based on the films. It was based on Monkey Planet, or closer to Monkey Planet, the original Pierre Boulez novel, which Rod Serling and others took and just totally threw away for the first film and changed it. But I love it because Rod Serling was a genius. And well, he did it with others. So there are about 50 billion scripts to that first Planet of the Apes movie. I've read like so many different variations.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
but the TV show's underrated. Yeah, very Star Trek feel to it in the sense that it was more. It took something that was always generally fairly pessimistic, which I still love. I love Planet of the Apes, though it's pessimistic. And the TV show was more hopeful.
Yeah, it very much was. Yeah, for sure. Something I miss from being young is Buck Rogers too. You know,
I love it.
I know Americans get their fine fill of Buck Rogers, but we didn't up here. Like,
really,
I think we got one dance with Buck Rogers, like the original gangster Buck Rogers, the first go around, and then we didn't get anything after that. I don't even think Buck Rogers made it to like the classic TV channel, which you have to buy a la carte here. So
wow.
they have like a classic shows or whatever, but you have to buy that channel. Nevertheless, I don't even think it's on that classic channel. If it were, I would order it because I miss Buck Rogers. I have not sat down with Buck Rogers since the 70s
You know,
or early 80s.
really?
When
Wow.
was the last year of Buck Rogers again?
You know,
Buck Rogers
it
was
was-
only like 3 years, wasn't it? Or
It
2
was,
years?
it was 2 years. It was 79
Yeah,
and 80.
yeah.
And there were two very distinct seasons. The show is, of course, obviously, it's not Star Trek level science fiction. It
No.
is, but I got to tell you something. I love it, but I love it dearly, and I even love some of the second season, which takes a lot of heat.
Yeah.
But the opening pilot of the second season, I think, is really good. Time with the Hawk. But this is, you could say what you want about Gil Gerard. He never went on to do a whole lot more.
Yeah.
He's not. We're not talking about some kind of actor who's like very versatile or did all these other things. As Buck Rogers, he is absolutely perfect. Because after the first couple of episodes, they had a lot of really ridiculous episodes, and he's so cool as Buck Rogers.
Yeah.
As a kid, you're watching that. Of course, we all love Wilma Deering and Princess Ardala. Don't even start, guys. We know. God, oh my God, I've met Erin Gray. I'm in love with her. Always been in love with her. Wilma Deering. But Buck,
She's quite the elegant lady at the
Oh,
con.
God.
Like she's the grand dame of the con. She is a very, very sweet person. And
yes,
she is, I do have to say, if you've never been to a con, and she's there, she is treated like royalty there, and she deserves it because she's very, very good to her fans.
she was so nice to me. I mean, what a just absolute sweet lady.
Yeah.
But of course, she knows that every guy walking up to these cons was in love with her as a kid.
Yeah, of
we
course
were.
she knows that.
Oh God, Wilma in that white outfit. Jesus
And
God.
she has aged well.
Yes.
Yeah, she's aged well. And last time I saw her, she was not a lizard person, which I love. I like it when people just let it happen naturally. Because people who turn themselves into lizard people, they don't actually look younger. They just look like lizard people. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
plastic surgery doesn't make you look younger. It makes you look like
He's like
you
an
had plastic
alien.
surgery.
Exactly. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Great. And Buck is terrific. The character of Buck can take you through a really stupid ass episode of that show. I mean, there were some good ones, don't get me wrong, but there were some really dumb ones,
Yeah.
like the Space Olympics or the Space Rockers and stuff like that. But it was made for younger audience anyway. And Glenn A. Larson, he did that right after he kind of lost, didn't get a chance to continue the original Galactica series. But I love it. I love that show, and Buck is. I mean, they could not have cast him better. That was
Yeah.
great.
I love that, but I would love to revisit it. But like I said, it's not available, and I wish they would. Like, instead of rebooting this stuff and destroying it and vandalizing it, just let us watch it again.
Absolutely.
I like how Mark with the C says about my lizard people comment. No,
Like on V.
I call people who have had too much plastic surgery lizard people, and I like that he said like on V because
That was
exactly
great.
like that. Where if you peeled their skin by an accident, you'd be like, oh.
Dumb one. They're mentioning dumb Buck Rogers episodes. Yes, the stupid space vampire was dumb. Gary Coleman was dumb. That was dumb. Yeah, you're right. Oh, then Happy Birthday Buck was dumb. The flashback one or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they, the second season they changed the whole format. They thought they wanted to be Star Trek, so they left the Earth Federal Defense Directorate and poor old Dr. Hewer and Dr. Theopolis. They go aboard the Searcher to go look for the lost tribes of Earth, and they changed Tweaky's voice for the most of the year. But let's see, Wilford Hyde White. They had Admiral Asimov.
Yeah.
And then they introduced a character called Hawk, who was a bird man, half bird, half man and stuff.
I remember him.
Remember him? At first, one time, the Hawk was really great. I was skeptical as a kid, going, "Why did they change it? What is this? Why are they on a ship?" But that one was fantastic. And then after that, the second one, by the way, was also a two-parter. Mark Leonard was a guest star on there.
Yeah.
The great Mark Leonard, I should say. But I'm sorry, I love all those old shows. I love the original Galactica.
Yeah, they're the best. science fiction, we've had some good times. Let's hope that we return to those good times. You know what I mean? We got the
Absolutely.
we have Orville. Let's get rid of the disco crap
Yeah.
and get rid of the P hard. You know what I mean? Everybody's
Absolutely.
prostate is fine here. We don't need P hard. No.
I can't believe they're making that crap again. Jesus Christ! And this, some people never learn, man. No one's going to watch that crap.
No one's gonna watch that crap now.
No, filthy trash.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Mark Leonard took his head off in that episode. It was from an alien race that can take their heads off.
Great.
That's what you want. You want to be able to evolve to a point where you can take your damn head off.
Yeah, decapitation.
Yes, and put it on. You can, let me check my head off and put it on the counter for a moment. Oh yes. Now I can't see, but that's all right. Hey, because I'm over here. Your eyes are over here. What are you doing? It made sense to them, though.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the wonderful thing about science fiction. You can do all kind of goofy crap, or at least science fantasy, I guess. I guess you could call it kind of. Because that's, again, another wonderful thing about Star Trek. They had respect for science. And I've gotten arguments with people, because I'm no scientist. They said, like a buddy of mine who's an engineer said, oh, man, come on. The science, they weren't really accurate in Star Trek. I said, no one's saying that we can do all those things yet, even though they did predict a lot of things that we did learn how to do. But I'm just saying, it's different. It's not the same as Star Wars, which I love, but it's not the same. They respect science and they do speculative things.
Yeah, well, the thing is that when you're looking at science fiction, you're looking at something that would be rooted in something that would be possible, something that in the far off future would be possible. So in that way, it's
yes,
science fiction. And if we talked about all of the things that were invented from the things we were shown on Star Trek, wow, you would have a list as long as your arm. No iPad without the pad. No Cortana or Siri without the computer, and no cell phone, according to Cooper, who invented the personal cell phone. That's in my master's thesis. We were talking about that earlier. So, it is science fiction. Science fantasy is when we know for sure that it's not rooted in fact, and that it could break the rules of reality. So, science fantasy, you can have things in it like like vampires and things
right.
like that, and or ghosts and goblins, or just totally break away and do something off the wall with it. But yeah, definitely I would have liked to have been there to defend your defense of a Star Trek as science fiction, because it's definitely science fiction. What they're watching today, the filth they're watching today, is not only science fantasy, but it's actually not even science fantasy.
No,
it's a teen soap opera, and yeah, it's a melodramatic teen soap opera. And I described it on Mead when I went on Tom's show. I described it as millennials crying, blubbering, whining, weeping, and hugging in the dark. That's how I described that show.
Cardinal Sin says, okay, I'm a professional science fiction writer, editor, publisher. Here's the difference between science fiction and sci-fi. We allow SF one willing suspension of disbelief. The author. Well, thank you, Cardinal Sin. Appreciate it, man. By the way, someone was asking you a question. Rod was asking you that. What have you authored? There is a link, by the way, but you go ahead and answer the question. But I'm saying we got links there to their page.
Okay, well, I have some published non-fiction author, and you can see my work at academia.edu under my real name. You can see the stuff that I've published there. And as far as nonfiction goes, that's nonfiction. As far as fiction goes, I write science fiction. And my science fiction, I am currently working on a collection of short stories. I would like to get them hard published, like hard copy published. But I need a number of them. And in the interim, I'm trying to build some excitement around them so that a publisher will get interested in publishing them for me, because that's the way it works with short stories in publishing. So usually, if you're going to publish a book, you can, write a brief and you can pitch it to a publishing house, and the publishing house will say, "Okay, we like this. This is a great idea. We'll establish this timeline. And what do you think of this amount of money?" And that's how you work out your contract. It works totally different for short stories, which is what I like writing when it comes to fiction. I grew up really, really loving Edgar Allan Poe. And I really like the short story format. So maybe it's because I'm an essayist and that's the way I write in nonfiction. But so what they want you to do is they want you in short story, they want you to sell all of your stories to people and get them published and establish whether or not people are interested in those short stories. And then that's when they'll come forward and say, "Oh, these are really interesting stories. People really like them. We'll put them all together in one book and we'll publish them for you." And so that's the way it usually works. So that's what I'm trying to get done. So right now, I have three stories published on Amazon, and they're available through Kindle on your Kindle app, or you can actually download them on any digital device. And I will be releasing one story per month until I reach the amount that I know will be acceptable to a publishing firm in order to constitute an actual physical publication. So that's my journey right now. And it's all science fiction.
Excellent. And again, there are links in my description below for you all to a link to Raquel's page. That is the correct one still, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It never changes. You can find my science fiction under R.M. Briggs. That's my author's name. That's my nom de plume. There you can buy it on Amazon, or you can get it through your Kindle device or your Kindle app. You can find me through my name. And I have Jack out right now. It's all of the short stories are named after the primary character in the story. So you'll see them under their names. So there's Jack. Sorry, I'm publishing them out of the order that I've written them in. So I need to check. So it's Jack, and Charmaine and Lila. All three of those are out right now.
Excellent.
And there's one coming out for January, and I'm really super excited about it.
Nice. Excellent. Well, you need to keep us up to date on that, and it's going to all be on that page whenever you put stuff on there, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Whenever you look up my author's name on Amazon, it says everything that I'm currently publishing. So, yeah.
Excellent. Let's see here. Cardinals, was it? Oh, yes. Oh, well, yeah. What's it? Rod Thunderheart said, just out of curiosity, shouldn't Star Trek OG, is it meaning the original, or what does that mean?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, OG
between
original.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Enterprise and Deep Space Nine. Well, I guess technically Enterprise takes place before, Kirk's 100 years before Kirk's time. So yes,
Yeah.
But the easiest way to look at it, Rod, is 1966 to 2005.
Yeah.
Anything else is a pretender and a bad one.
Yes.
A horrible one. So and not Trek. And it sucks. Oh, I know. I'm an extremist when it comes to this stuff. The airsats filth that they call Star Trek since 2009 it enrages me to the point where it's probably bad for me.
Yeah, it raises your blood pressure. Rod Thunderheart.
Big time.
You said that you would need to talk to me privately. You go ahead and do that. Normally, I wouldn't do that with somebody I don't know, but you're from my city. And not only that, Doomcock gave you the nod. So I've been hanging out with you on Friday Night Frolics for so long. I think I've been a channel member for like a year. I stopped for like 1 month and then I just joined again. And so I think my current channel member shows is 7 months. But yeah, I've known you for over a year. So yes, you can absolutely reach out to me privately. No problem at all. I don't mind at all, Rod Thunderheart.
Cool. Excellent. Well, I think I don't know what we covered, but we covered a lot. I know. And you know what? Good. You needed to not have to do notes one of these times because you do so much work and stuff. Sometimes you just want to hang out and talk Trek and other.
You know what?
stuff.
It worked too. It worked
I
out
hope so.
exactly like you said. I always want to make sure that I bring lots of information so that people get a lot of value out of what we do. But you were right. I remembered a lot more than I thought I would remember.
You have all that info in you. And
It's
I mean, obviously,
outstanding me.
and see, that's me just being lazy. See, as you said, you're an academic, so you're used to doing study and prep and all that kind of stuff. I didn't even get out of kindergarten, so to me, it's like comics are good stuff. By the way, everyone I like, and Star Trek's cool, you know. So
That is not true.
yeah,
You are actually one of the foremost experts in the United States on comic books. And the fact that you are running this stream and attracting all of these experts, Mark with the C knows so much about comics. Mark C knows so much about comics. You have experts on here all the time, and listening to you guys brainiac over stuff is just an absolute delight. You are teaching me so much, especially about my my original Star Trek comics that I got for my birthday. I'm learning so much from you guys, and you are a brilliant and wonderful person. You are such a gentleman, and you have won so many fans and so many friends because of the way that you treat people, and also because of your genuine expertise. I just absolutely love it. Your comic book streams they're like graduate seminars on comics. I just absolutely love them. It's like film studies in university, and I just eat it up. I think it's great.
You are too kind. I mean, I barely remember what day I'm in. It's if I didn't have guys like Mark C and my buddy Carlos doing them with me, I'd be in trouble because I make them do all the heavy lifting by remembering stuff, and then I'll go, oh, hey, remember that thing, and I'll just like put a few words there, and they'll go, oh yeah, and then boom, thanks for bailing me out because I forgot that one. No.
Yeah.
But I'm old. You guys are young.
Sometimes somebody has to say something to jog your memory because you get stream brain and you're like, oh, why can't I remember this?
That is, you're not kidding about the stream brain thing. Again, you think I've been doing it long enough not to get that, but you're exactly right. But Mark C, if you're still listening, dude, I'm going to pretend you're not listening. He really knows this crap.
He does.
But if you are listening, I'm going to talk bad about you here now.
And Eric is so smart, and he is so good at talking to all of your listeners and organizing people's questions and organizing the chat. I just absolutely love the way that Eric runs the room. It's so good, and he's so welcoming to people. I want everyone to know out there that it does not matter how much or how little you know about comics. When these gentlemen get together, this is such a good and open room where you can learn so many things from these amazing guys, and they're not intimidating at all. As a matter of fact, they love it. No question is stupid to them, and they'll start you from the beginning and show you the way and teach you about things. And what's really cool about this group of guys too is not only are they experts, but they're very diplomatic. So they'll criticize comics they love, and they'll also support comics that they don't love so much. They'll actually talk to you about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you learn about art, and it's just the different ways that the art is rendered. I learned that I have comics that are painted. I didn't know that. I actually have comics where the covers were painted, like oil-based paint. Like these guys, they will just teach you so much. It's so great.
We love some comics. See, one of my favorite things in the world, in addition to Star Trek, is comic book history. And by the way, good night. Thank you, Cardinal Sin, if you're still there, bro.
Yes,
Thing,
yes.
appreciate
Good
it.
night, Cardinal Sin.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, he may have jumped out already, but I hope, dude, thank you so much. Since comics themselves, there are no good new ones anymore. They're all garbage.
Mhm.
The only thing I look forward to every month is a couple different magazines from one of my favorite publishers about comic book history. And I love it. I mean, there's my back issue magazine and Alter Ego and things like the Jack Kirby Collector, because there are no good comics anymore. But reading about comics history is more fun than actual comics now.
It is.
Pathetic.
You're such an academic about that. I wish, I wish that you could hold a couple of seminars at a university, because I know there are plenty of writers departments, writing departments, and definitely fine arts departments that would just absolutely love to hear from you and just your whole team, because you know, there's a tremendous interest in this. Not only in the art aspect of it, but the idea of comics and graphic novels and this communication device. So it's just, it's another form of art, and people are just starting to learn that now. It's not for kids exclusively. It's also a form of art with teams of brilliant and talented people who are writing, who are drawing, who are painting. Just, yeah, it's a whole world, and it's intensely interesting.
Well, I do appreciate that, and I love comics, and we love Star Trek, and I guess we should just, well, we should say our goodbyes to everyone tonight. Those who are still here,
Yes.
again, let's see here if we can. I know we're probably going to forget some people because, well, in my memory, but the great Eric K. Eric.
Yes, Eric.
Thank you for being here.
Eric, thank you so much for taking care of everyone. You shepherd these streams so expertly. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, for managing the chat, for modding, like wrenching and getting people information and pointing people in the right direction. You are so important, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you, Eric.
Eric is the man. Eric has been a great buddy to me. Eric, I do appreciate you, bro. My old buddy, Art Percy. Buddy, thank you for popping here, man. I appreciate it. By the way, Eric, if you're able, buddy, come hang with us Monday night. I'm going to try to get as many buddies as I can. I know, I'm hoping that Raquel will join us. I mean, again, you don't have, look, even if you don't have a lot of time, if you want to pop in for a minute, you want to hang with us the whole time, we want to see you, because we would love to see you.
What a wonderful invitation. And there isn't a room full of people I wouldn't rather spend some time with. Mark with the C is saying good night. Mark with the C, can I just say how awesome your comments were tonight? I know as a Canadian, we throw that word around habitually, but really, I just absolutely love your participation. You always teach me something, and I really appreciate your expertise and just your overall attitude with everyone. You're such a good conversationalist. And to you as well, Art Percy. I've never met you before, and I just appreciated all of your comments and participation tonight. You guys are just great, and it was such a pleasure spending time with you. Christopher Crockett.
My good buddy, another good friend.
Such a great conversation starters and additions tonight. Thank you so much, Christopher. You helped rock the chat tonight, and we really appreciate it.
Art Percy's a good buddy. Thank you, buddy. Christopher Crockett and I are long time buds. Good to see you, buddy. We're gonna have to get together and hang out one of these days soon, buddy. I'll be there. I'll be out there to get you. Mando Merck popped in. Mando Merck, thank you for popping in, my friend. Let's see here. Who else do we have? There was Cardinal Sin again. Of course, Rod Thunderheart. First time I had him pop in, and I am honored that you hung out with us tonight, my friend. Thank you so much. Retro Dicky. Hey, buddy, I'm sorry I missed you earlier there. Retro Dicky is a great dude. He's popped in a lot of times, and he's, of course, I see him all the time at Noel Stream, the great The TARDIS Zone channel. Noel is a good buddy of mine, fellow Doctor Who fan, and I love all the people over there. Lord Thoth is one of them as well. He was here earlier. He may be gone now, but good dude, good buddy.
Zathras from the Babylon 5. I can never pronounce it.
Zathras, yes, good dude. Thank you, Zathras.
Also, Katie was here. The beautiful Purple Valkyrie was here. It's so great that she stopped in. Anyone
else? Katie, thank you. I mean, she's not here, but we're gonna thank her anyway. Thank the wonderful Katie Carr, the wonderful Purple Valkyrie. Oh God, there were so many of it. I can't remember them all. Oh, Steve Mitchum, my great friend Steve Mitchum was here.
Yes, Steve Mitchum, and he was so fun. He was
He's a great friend.
hysterical.
Again, so many, and again, when guys like Christopher Crockett and Steve and people like that are guys that I actually, knew for a long time that don't, Steve doesn't live near me anymore, but we grew up together and we knew each other for a long time. And so when they pop in, it's always nice to see him.
Yeah.
And Jobber popped in earlier. I think he had to go, but Just Joe 47, my good old buddy Jobber from the old BTR days was here.
Yeah.
Mark C, of course, was here.
Yep.
Man, I'm sure I'm forgetting some who were here earlier, but the point is, thank you everyone. And I want to say something to anyone who, because we have a whole lot of nice people, from what I'm told, and as Raquel has informed me, have watched a lot of our streams that you and I have done together, that you're mentioning, that I didn't even know about later, that it made the rounds in places and stuff like that. So anyone who's done that, or anyone who now is watching this stream on a download or whatever later, I want to thank you so much for that too, because I really appreciate it. We really appreciate having you here. Yes, we went all over the place. We talked early a lot about Star Trek, and then we didn't go in depth on Star Trek a lot, but we talked about why we love it, and it led into, I think that the biggest overall point is we love Star Trek so much that it encompasses a lot of other things that we love too. When we talk about science fiction movies, it may not be a Trek movie, but it's still science fiction, and then Star Trek is the granddaddy of all of science fiction media.
Yeah.
So
yes, for sure, and join us on Monday night.
Yes.
Especially if you are isolated. A lot of us are due to the vid and other reasons. And, we'll be hanging out on Monday. If you don't come back on Monday, please come and see us in the new year, because this is Star Trek. This is Saturday Night Star Trek. We're going to be doing it all the time. We're going to have a great time together. And until then, if we don't see each other, I want to wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas. And if you are alone and you're in isolation or just for any other reason, we're going to be here on Monday, okay? So stop by. And thanks for being here, everyone. We're nothing without you. And you guys brought your A game tonight and just created a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Thank you, everyone. And again, we will see you all, in the next Trek one. But of course, Monday night, we'll have a lot of people hanging out with us. Hopefully, a bunch of all-star guests will show up. So thanks a lot, everyone. We don't even just do the outro because we don't have to do that. We're just going to do this here.